Mute. Unmute. Oh, wow.
If you want to unmute it, mute it, no problem.
All right.
Oh, and I talked to JD.
Okay. Did I do something wrong? Whatever. That's good enough. That's good enough. We're recording. All right. Alrighty. Ready? 15 minute countdown is live.
It's live.
No, it's not. I forgot to click. Oh, I'm gonna dig down. We gotta do that first. Now the countdown started.
Okay.
Oh, I missed the heads-up tournament. I'm so sad.
When was that?
I think they're,
Let's go, right?
yeah, over the last week, I
I
think.
think there's a new one coming up, right?
On in.
Alright, countdown's down. Alright, you guys are good.
Okay, so what do I do? I can just go from here to the live stream commentary here.
We're not live, though, are we?
Not sure. I think we are. I have 4 viewers in the chat. He's throwing us to the wolves. I don't know what that is.
We're not live, by the way. This is like the live stream. He's over at 15-minute countdown. So this is what they see right now.
That's what they say, but they can't hear us?
No, they can't hear us.
Okay.
Can you guys hear us? I hope not. I'm sad that I can't chat right now.
We should be able to. If
Well, it asked me to log in, so. You want to grab Eddie real quick?
Yeah.
Oh no, they can hear us. We are live. So when does this get?
Don't worry about that.
Okay, so that's just.
Are we live now on here?
If you want to be live, you're live.
Yeah, they can hear
If
us.
you want to transition and turn the mic on start talking. Actually,
Okay.
the mics are on, so you guys are technically hot.
Okay.
All right, now you're hot.
Now we're
All
on.
right, and they can see us.
There we go. All right. Coming at you live from Poker House Dallas today. I have in the booth with me Danny Marx, the main event champion.
Oh,
Where was
come
that?
on now.
Where was that at?
Choctaw. Yeah.
Choctaw, and that was
Yeah.
last year?
Professional luck box here. Yes, last July. I think we're actually going to be starting here in 12 minutes, but until then, it's great to be here, and we'll just talk with you guys for a little bit, I guess.
Yep, I'm going to introduce
Yeah.
myself. I'm Paul Tassone, a.k.a. Gator. You might catch me in here playing bad every once in a while.
Yeah, everybody, when you guys see a gator at the table, come get him.
You better get a seat.
You've heard of the sharks. You've heard of the donkeys. Gator's kind of somewhere in between the two. He's got sharp teeth. But no, we're excited to be here tonight. Go easy on us. We're both a little new to this. But we love poker just like you guys, and I'm excited to watch some high-stakes action.
We got $25.50 with a $50 ante going on today. And 10 viewers in the chat. Welcome, everybody. I hope you're excited. Should be a big game tonight. $5,000 minimum, no max.
Absolutely. We got some superstars here, a lot of the best players in the Dallas area, and we have a visiting out-of-town superstar, Kitty Kuo, who is a very fun person to play with. I got to play with her at the WSOP once and at the Win once, and she is always very funny and lively at the table. She is also no slouch on the felt herself. So
Out here from Las Vegas. And welcome,
I think
Kitty.
she's world a world traveler. She's everywhere. She's always going overseas.
Awesome.
She travels the tournament circuit a lot. I do think her home base might be in Vegas, though.
Okay.
I could be mistaken on that as well.
I see Eric Anderson in the chat. What's up, Eric?
Thanks for joining us, Eric. Usually he's back here with us or in the vicinity, but he's trusting us with his baby alone, so we'll try not to drop it. Rena, how's it going?
Rena, hi.
Always love to see Rena in the... Oh, hey, no burping. Say excuse me. Who else we got here? We've got... Is it Rochio or Rochio Romero? Rochio.
Looks like Frank's in here.
We got Frank. All right. Excited to have you guys here.
Got about 5 minutes and what is 5 minutes 57 seconds? Oh no.
Well, we still got
10
about
minutes.
10 minutes left.
We got
So
10 minutes.
yeah, we'll catch up with you guys when the game starts here shortly.
Wife's birthday, date night. Well, happy birthday to the wife, Eric.
Smart man for not being here. I think you chose wisely.
There's my wife
To
in
another
the chat.
year.
Eliandra.
Oh,
Hi,
hey,
Ellie.
Eliandra. That's a very pretty name.
Oh, thank you.
I don't know what you're doing with this Gator guy, but no, thanks for joining us tonight.
Let's talk about Danny a little bit today. So tell me a little bit about poker. Poker and you.
Oh, you can't be putting me on the spot like that. I'm just someone who likes to play the game and enjoys looking up a little bit of strategy here and there. I've been playing for about 20 years. I actually started during the moneymaker boom in 2003.
2003.
Along with many other people my age. I was a senior in high school, and after we graduated, me and my buddies got into some Texas Hold'em games, just some home games, and I kind of fell in love with it and never looked back and have been playing ever since. How about yourself?
Let me see. I knew about the moneymaker boom, but I didn't start poker until 2006. So I was graduated high school 2006. I was 17, turning 18. Got into poker about 17, 18 years old. Won a few dollars at 18, and that was kind of the end of it for me. There was no looking back from there. It was too enjoyable to play the game. Been blessed enough to play the game for that long, and I'm moved out here to Dallas last year, and I'm here in the booth. I'm getting to watch some of the DFW's best players, and Danny's one of them. Don't let him lie to you.
We're living the dream. We're living the dream.
I can't complain. It's great to be here. I'm glad to be here on the stream. Shout out to Poker House Dallas for having us here today and running these great streams. Great games every week.
How is the volume, by the way? We're kind of still playing with the controls. I'm pretty loud, I think. So let us know if we're too loud or if you want to hear less of us, more of us, or hopefully we can kind of capture some table talk today, and we'll try not to talk over them if we notice that. But let us know what you guys want, and we will do it. Mark, what's going on? Good to see you as always.
Mark, regular in the chat every week. Nice to see you.
Tammy, good to see you.
Hi, Tammy.
Yeah, I had the same unfortunate circumstances to win early on as well. So I ended up not going to college classes and trying to find home games instead all throughout college. That was an expensive way to not go to class, but
Well, it seems like it worked out for you.
it worked out. But yeah,
Right.
it was hey, school was fun. School was fun.
I really preferred playing poker over doing anything when I was 18 years old.
Yeah, I remember when I first got into it, and still occasionally every now and then, it takes up all your mental energy. You just, think about it all day. You dream about it all night. And I feel like you need that at least some point in your poker life if you want to get to the top. You have to have that healthy obsession over the game. And it's such a beautiful game, and it takes forever to learn. And I'll spend the rest of my life trying to figure it out, even though I never will.
It's a hard way to make easy money.
Yeah. Tammy, I think it's going to be a great stream. We've got some really good players here tonight. We've got Kitty Kuo from out of town. She's going to be battling against some of Dallas's best. I think we see no volume complaints, so it's a good start.
Yeah, I'm going to have a 25-50-50 game. Who is in the lineup today?
Yeah, maybe we can pull that video back up to kind of see. All right.
Oh, well, the camera's not over there yet, so I guess player introduction come in better when we get this rolling live. Still on a 5-minute and 20-second delay.
Yeah, usually they don't start this broadcasting until the game starts. You guys are getting all this extra free time.
Yep.
Tip your dealers. Feel free to give them, share them the love.
About 20 viewers in the chat. Hopefully we reach a nice big high tonight for the chat.
Where do you see that? Oh, I see up top.
Up top, 24 viewers now.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us, everybody.
And if you haven't, like and subscribe, please.
Oh, yeah, and smash that like button. I've always wanted to say that.
Smash that like button.
Now I know I've made it.
You know you've made it when you've been able to say that.
Yeah.
Oh, Tammy, thank you so much. Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better. Man, I had a rough week starting last Saturday when I came home from the stream. Sunday, I couldn't sleep. Everyone's a lot better, and my wife's looking forward to meeting you as well. Thank you so much.
Does your wife play?
No. My wife doesn't play any poker at all.
It's probably for the best. Two people complaining about bad beats, that can get ugly quick.
Probably getting a lot of arguments.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of crazy. I never dated a poker player.
That makes sense. I think a lot of people try to keep that separate.
I'm happy that I married a woman that doesn't play poker. I think it's a good balance away from something, because if she was playing poker too, I think it'd be a little bit harder on me because I play a lot of it.
Definitely can be weird hours having kids at home. I definitely think being parents as a poker player presents an additional challenge. That's why I have such massive respect for people like Kim and Hayden who are able to make it.
Yes.
So much discipline and teamwork is required. And I know a couple of people that are poker families, and it's very impressive to me. I can barely take care of myself, so.
I'm glad I have a supportive wife. Tammy, I understand poker players not dating outside the poker world. It does consume my life as well. But I have a good supportive wife. I'm happy about that. Jeremy, hi.
Jeremy, welcome. Excited to have you along with us tonight. We got some crushers.
About 2 minutes and 38 seconds left. Be kicking off this stream with hand number one. I think they're probably going to do a flip on the first hand.
Probably, yeah.
Tammy, when are you coming back into work? We got 2 minutes left. $32 viewers in the chat. We jumped up a little bit in the past few seconds.
Thanks for joining us, guys. We'll be getting underway here in just a couple minutes.
Sharing is caring. Hit that thumbs up and share the phone with your friends. Please smash that like button. We need to share for the algorithm. We need to share for YouTube. This is a great stream to see every week. We're here working hard to bring it to you.
Absolutely. It's definitely the best way you guys can support us.
I'm excited. I'm hoping for a really big pot today. Danny, what do you think?
Oh my gosh, with these players, and it's a $5,000 minimum buy-in, no max. could get pretty ugly here tonight, so we'll see.
All right, we're going to put the countdown here. We got a minute left. Again, I got Danny Marx here in the booth with me. I'm Paul Tassone, a.k.a. Gator, and we're going to be kicking this off in about 50 seconds. Tammy, you work tomorrow? Well, I'm going to see you tomorrow, and I'll see you Saturday as well.
Alejandra, I think Mr. Gator here needs to start his own radio show. Listen to this voice he's got.
I appreciate it.
He's a natural.
But I got a face for radio too. They said.
Yeah, well, yeah, I added that in. I didn't want to let her know that.
You don't want to let her know that, right?
She made that poor decision all on her own.
You know, I didn't know Danny missed his calling to be a comedian, but he's here.
Oh no, I just like talking a little smack here and there. You guys should hear me at the table.
I like to hear it.
Yeah.
That's
Eric wants to know, what do you guys think the biggest pot is going to be? He sets the over-under at 20K.
I like the, you know what? I'm going to go with the over just because I always root for the over. Life's too short to go for the under. Let's go for the over. We're kicking it off now.
Yeah, I agree. I think we're going to do the over.
All right, how do we bring these players up here?
Oh, how does this go away? Sorry, guys. We're still getting used to this. I don't know why the cumulative winning screen is up. Oh, there it goes. We're good.
Right.
No. Only click that when you want it to be brought up.
Right.
Oh, shit.
The cumulative winnings is still there, and I don't know how to fix that.
How do you get that away?
Okay.
Thank you. All right.
Let's go ahead and start introducing the players here. We got the seat 1, Pokernomics. Seat 2, JD. Seat 4, Kyle Z. I used to play with Kyle Z back in my hometown area. Carlos in the 5 seat. Kitty out here from Las Vegas in the 6 seat. Zefish in the 7 seat. And Paolo in the 9 seat. We're going to kick it off, I think, with a flip.
Yep. Usually each player puts in... This is a bigger game, so I wouldn't be surprised if they flip for a little bit more. Somewhere between $100 and $250 a piece, and they just run out a PLO hand. Good way to start it.
And it looks like everybody started out with $10,000, except for JD with $15,000. Paolo's starting off with $15,000 as well. A lot of money here on the game tonight.
And just remember, there is no cap. So, if somebody gets stuck early, we might see some big add-ons.
And we're going for the over because life's too short to bet the under.
Oh, yeah, we're definitely betting the over.
Looks like we're going to start off the game with a $100 flip.
Mark Wee going with a specific guess, 27K. I think that's a good line. I like that.
27K pot. Mark Wee is voting for the over big time.
Looks like we've got a new player sitting down in seat 3. I actually don't recognize him. So I'm excited to see some new play.
Yeah, I've never played with him either. I think his name is Kevin.
Where do you see that?
I saw it earlier.
Okay.
Spoiler.
Welcome, Kevin.
Katie is an excellent dealer. She's a great person to talk to, and she's an excellent dealer.
Oh, yeah. Katie is both a player and a dealer. She's always very professional. She's a great dealer. Definitely good for the game.
Kevin here in the 3 seat just sat down with $10,000.
So I think they're still setting up here for the flip.
Tiny Poker, howdy.
A lot of very good players in this game. I have quite a bit of experience with most of these players. So I'm excited to see. They're all very familiar with each other's games. Going to be some interesting table dynamics.
We're going to kick it off with a flip. And how much are they doing the flip for? Is it 50 or 100?
I'm going to do a little test here with the table sound, see if we can hear these guys and turn our mics down a little bit.
Just got to turn my hand over.
Looks like a $100 flip, $800 in the skillet on hand 1.
That was not the 6 I pulled the first time.
And guys, let us know if you want to hear more table or more us, and I can kind of play with the sound a little bit. Gator's got a better voice than me, so I'll leave his higher.
Oh, come on. I got a rap.
Let's see what's going on here. looks like. JD with the 3 sevens. Looks like he's going to scoop the flip.
JD doing JD things.
3 sevens with an 8. It's a big turn for Kitty, since she had a open-ended straight draw, the double gutted straight draw, and a flush draw on the turn.
Thanks, Tiny. I turned it down a little bit.
All right, looks like we're going to kick off the first actual hand. Button's going to start on Zefish. Kick off the action with JD under the gun.
JD is a longtime Dallas regular of the biggest games in town.
All right, JD under the gun with the ace-10 offsuit, ace of clubs, 10 of diamonds. Looks like he's going to start it off by raising it, $150. Carlos, queen-jack offsuit's going to make the call. Kitty, 5-4 of spades. She's going to put in a 3-bet. We're already starting off hot. Kitty is raising it to, what's that, 800?
Kitty coming in for a 3-bet to 800 with the 5-4 suited. I love it.
Pokernomics with a good hand. 2 3s, 750 to call. And he's going to make the call. Let's see what JD does.
Gonna get a little set mine.
JD's going to let it go.
Yeah, I like that fold by JD. I think sometimes you can kind of sprinkle in a little 4-bet action if you think the table's a lot of line. But I think most of the time I'm folding there.
We are starting off with a bang already. So it looks like it's going to be heads up with Kitty's 5-4 spades versus Pokernomics 2 3s.
We got 5 high versus 3s on the first hand and a 3-bet pot. You'd love to see it.
2,300 in the skillet. Kitty flopping a big hand. She's got a gut shot and a spade draw. It's probably going to be a check fold from Pokernomics. Kitty C betting 1,200, Pokernomics.
Very large C-bet from Kitty. Wants to put on a little more fold equity. I like a smaller bet here, especially with their stacked pot ratio. She has plenty of time to get the money in later.
And he does fold. Yeah, she seems to bet pretty big. I've seen in past streams her raise sizing's fairly large as well.
Gets the job done, though, and she takes the first hand down with 5 high. Love to see it.
Now we're playing poker on the first hand already with 5 high. So it looks like this is going to be an explosive stream if this keeps up. All right, 56 viewers in the chat already. Thanks for being here. We're happy to see you. Please like and subscribe at here, Poker House Dallas. Looks like Kevin's going to be under the gun. Carlos, 5-4 diamonds. Puts 50 in. Kitty, queen 9. Oh, Carlos raised it to 150. Excuse me. I read it as 50 at first. JD with the queen 9 offsuit calling for the 100. Looks like we're going heads up to the flop.
Yeah, he's going to be defending pretty wide here. I like this defend. And let's see kind of what his process is here in terms of defending against a C-bet. I think with the queen 9, you can definitely make an argument here for floating or folding.
Carlos going to C-bet and take it down.
Yeah, against the larger sizing, I like to just fold most of the time. It's actually a pretty good flop for Carlos to get after it with that specific hand.
A lot of back doors, and he flops a gut shot. Flops a decent equity there of his hand.
Yeah, and he has no showdown value, so you want to start bluffing that right away.
Yeah.
It's your only way to win.
I'm like,
Some of my favorite banter is between Kyle and JD. They are so funny together. I love it. They're both very good at talking smack, but I actually said the same thing as Kyle. JD is really good at getting the last word in there, though. So if you're going to come after the king, you better not miss.
That's true. Looks like it's going to be a walk on this one in the big blind for Kevin. $61 viewers in the chat. The viewers are increasing. I like it.
Thanks for joining us tonight on this $25.50 with a $50 big blind ante.
And they are playing a big game. 5,000 minimum. No max. You can come in for whatever amount you want. Over 5K.
Looks like most people bought in for 10K tonight. I expect to see stacks get deeper by the end.
Absolutely. Zefish with queen 9 of spades. Probably going to bump it up here, being first to open.
Zefish is another very tricky high-stakes pro. He's kind of capable of doing anything at any moment, but he is also very intelligent, very solid player.
Looks like Paolo in there with 9-6 offsuit. He folded. And then Pokernomics. Fold to Jack 4. They don't have the Jack 4 game on. Graphics missed me a little bit. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like we're a little bit behind on the action. Kyle defends with the 8-6 here and flops top pair.
And Kevin with the 5-4 clubs and does lead out for 350.
Not really. She gambled marrying me.
Oh my gosh, Carlos and Kitty are going to be great.
What a turn card here. Kevin turning a straight.
Wow. And Kyle with 2 pair.
With 2 pair. Let's see what happens. Kevin also has the flush draw.
This could get explosive. I wouldn't be surprised to see Kyle go for a decent raise here.
Yeah, I could definitely see a raise here, especially after the lead out twice. And there is a call. 2,200 in the skillet.
Gonna call for a little deception and pot control here in position.
Spades on the river. Kevin with another bullet. Looks like 1,100. Can't tell if it's 11 or 9. 700. Excuse me. And Kyle just makes a call.
Losing the minimum there with 2 pair.
Kevin with the 5-4 clubs, turning a gin card on the turn.
Reese is a content creator. He's been playing quite a bit on streams as well lately. Very nice guy, very fun to play with. Have you played with Reese at all? Pokernomics?
No, I don't think so. I think I've seen him play one time on the stream, on one of the streams, but I've never played with him myself. You play with him a lot?
Just a couple times. He hasn't played quite as much as some of the other Dallas players, but he is very good nonetheless.
And Kevin here on the button with the ace-10 offsuit, raising 150. Carlos looks like he's going to defend. King 3 of hearts.
It's interesting because usually we see 3-blind game, and this time it's a 2-blind with the ante game. So I'm curious to see how that affects people's ranges and whether they, call more, raise more from various positions.
Right. The ante definitely makes it bigger. So that would make the big blind about 100. He puts the 50 on top of the $50 big blind, right?
I'm sorry, say that again?
So the ante is $50 and the big blind is 50.
Correct.
So the game is almost 50-100 at that point.
Well, no, it's similar to a 3-blind 25-50-50 game.
25-50-50.
Yeah, so, there's 125 in the pot pre-flop.
125 in the middle, yeah. I don't know.
So a player pointed out to me, it looks like they're playing the show 1 game. So after a player wins a pot, they're obligated to show one of their cards, even without showdown. Usually there's a penalty involved for not showing, where you have to give $25 to the dealer if you forget to show. That's always a fun game. The dealers obviously love it. They make a lot of extra money. I have definitely at least screwed up once every time playing this game, so we'll get confirmation on that.
Looks like Pokernomics in here with the king queen offsuit. Going to open it up. Under the gun +2.
I see a 3-bet here coming in from Kyle here with the ace-6 on the button.
5 1/4.
This is a hand that plays much better as an aggressive line. It doesn't flop super well, so you want to take the betting lead, and you have a lot of flops where you can barrel out.
How about that one?
That's actually a very interesting flop because it is monotone. Usually on monotone boards, you want to do a lot more checking or betting very small. So you can see Kyle's betting like under 20% of the pot. And I really like this bet size on the monotone board.
And Pokernomics here. King of diamonds, queen of clubs.
Yeah, probably just going to let this one go. Doesn't really have much equity. No hearts, not much backdoor, but I think he's taking the bait here on this small bet by Kyle. A lot of people, I notice this happens actually a lot of the time when I make a super small bet. People sometimes mistake that for weakness, but really he should be betting all of his hands for that sizing. So it looks like Kyle's got him right where he wants them.
And Pokernomics drawing completely dead, and he's not going to stop bluffing. He bets 2,000.
Yeah, Kyle will definitely not be folding here. There's so many bluffs in Pokernomics' range. He's going to be starting check raises with a lot of king of hearts, a lot of ace with a high heart as well. So there's just too many bluffs to be giving it up. At the same time, I don't think he wants to raise because then it allows Pokernomics to kind of play perfectly where he can fold everything worse and call with everything better. But there might be some...
And Kyle does make the fold.
Very surprising. I guess he thinks Pokernomics is not bluffing very much there. Definitely easier when you can see the cards. A lot of players aren't going to be check raising on that board, but still pretty surprised to see a fold there.
Yeah, I was rather surprised to see a fold, especially with the 2K sizing on the turn. Kyle's hand is fairly strong, especially in the 3-bet pot there.
Yeah, in a 3-bet pot, Pokernomics is going to have more suited hands, so I guess in that regard it makes sense. Again, it's definitely easy to have biases from our position where we can see the cards and our brains are already thinking in one direction because we can see the cards.
Yeah.
So I definitely don't fault Kyle the more I think about it.
I don't fault him for it either. It's a tough spot to be in, that's for sure. Looks like Kyle picking up 2 8s. Probably going to put a raise on the cutoff. Does 100 1/4. It's 100 1/4. Yes, 125. Carlo's going to defend the button. Jack 9 of diamonds. Zefish in the mix with the ace of diamonds, 7 of clubs.
Wow, monster flop here for Carlos. Flops top pair and the flush draw.
Big flop for Carlos. Zefish with the backdoor nut draw.
Also a very good flop for Zefish, having the backdoor nut draw and middle pair on a board where that can easily just be the best hand as well. I could see all three of them thinking they might have the best hand, but after Zefish calls, then Kyle has an easy fold.
Turn is the king of spades. Zefish going to check it over to Carlos. Now, do you think Carlos checks his equity or does he fire here?
I like betting here for value.
Yep, and he bets
in position. I think out of position, I would mix in more checks with top pair and a flush draw, just because you have the board so crushed, and give your opponent a little bit of room to bluff. Nice hand, well played, Carlos.
67 viewers in the chat. Thanks for watching today. I got a friend in here that says he can't comment. His name's Tommy Gunn. Shout out to him. I know he's out there watching.
Carlos is another very fun story. So I've actually been playing with him since he started playing.
Okay.
And it's been such a pleasure to watch him grow as a player over the past year and a half, however long it's been. Not only is he very fun to play with, very funny guy, but it's just been very fun watching his progress as he continues battling against the top players. Carlos is a lawyer turned poker player. Although, no, he's still a lawyer.
Carlos is a great person to play. Very funny guy.
Oh, he's hilarious. Him and Kitty are going to be funny together.
Pokernomics here. The ace king of diamonds under the gun, 175. Carlos calling with the 2-8s. Kitty, ace 8 of clubs making the call. Zefish, 10-7 of diamonds.
All right, a lot of big hands here.
Got 4 ways. Almost a Texas heads up
here.
flop.
Ace 8. Ace king 8.
Ace king 8 would be a huge flop. Looks king tray. Pokernomics flopping the best of it.
Crushes this flop.
He's going to c-bet out. 4 1/4. Carlos and Kitty down, and Zefish going to fold as well.
Yeah, multi-way, you don't want to be c-betting quite as often, but with him crushing the board this much, I like a very small bet here, trying to get your opponents to call with worse kings and some middling pocket pairs in between 3s and kings. You're just not afraid of any turns. It's monotone. You could almost even check for deception, but with so many opponents, I'll definitely put out a small bet there. Well played, Pokernomics.
It looks like Kevin's coming out under the gun, 2 1/4. Excuse me, under the gun +1 with ace queen offsuit. Graphics are lagging. Looks like Pokernomics calls the 175, ace king of diamonds, going heads up. Wow, massive flop for Pokernomics.
Yeah, sorry. It looks like the graphics are a little behind the action here. We'll try to get that cleared up for you guys.
And Pokernomics going to check, and Kevin bet.
I think the hands are probably incorrect here.
Yeah, that can't be right. There's
Maybe
no way.
they're swapped.
Maybe Kevin had the ace king of diamonds.
Yeah.
Pokernomics had the ace queen. That make more sense.
One thing I have noticed from being on these streams, if you're in the 1 seat especially, if a card gets like pitched over your sensor, sometimes it'll misread. So I'm assuming that's what happened here.
Yeah, I think the hands had to be swapped there. That would make a lot more sense.
RV Phil, what's up, buddies? Good to see you. I didn't get a chance to watch yesterday's game yet, but I heard you crushed it. Very excited to see that. Phil has been dominating the high-stakes poker scene lately. You love to see it. Couldn't happen to a nicer guy. Phil, are you going to be playing it all tomorrow or Saturday?
Looks like we have Chris Cashman just sat down the 8 seat.
The young phenom, Chris Cashman. Very great story here. Not even 21 years old, and worked his way up from 1-2 streets all the way up to 25-50 plus. Another really, really nice guy, very humble, and you love to see the good people succeed in poker.
Absolutely, and looks like Paolo's going to flop 2 pair here with top and bottom, ace 8. JD with the ace 5. Kevin with king deuce of spades. Everybody flops a piece of the board.
And this is our first hand seeing Paolo tonight. I know I've said it a lot because it's true, but another top player in Dallas. Very creative, very aggressive, very intelligent post-flop player. Another one you don't want to see at your table.
Kevin's going to get out of the way. JD calls a 250.
Yeah, I don't think you can give up quite yet here. If I'm JD, I'm looking to try to get to showdown here.
As cheap as possible.
Yeah, I don't think Paolo's going to let that happen, though. Very dynamic board. He can start to charge a lot. on the turn.
1650 in the middle.
Yeah, I see him going for a larger bet here. Like 2/3, 3/4 pot is what I would choose.
Looks like 1300.
Yep.
14.
Yep, closer to pot. I like that sizing. You can charge a lot of draws, a lot of heart combos, a lot of gutter, pair and draws. So yeah.
Yeah, all in.
Good fold by JD.
Yeah.
Put him out of his misery. And Phil had pocket kings.
You're just behind all of his value range there, so I like the fold by JD. Even against his bluffs, he's gonna have to. He's out of position. He's gonna probably face a large river bet.
Mm-hmm.
That Brian Green fellow is just. He doesn't usually play that either. I don't know what. He's drinking. Okay. And he had a good week.
Kyle Z under the gun, king queen offsuit. Looks like he's raising 100 and a quarter.
Yeah, he's passionate. He won like 250K or something. Like the online WSOPC classes. God damn.
Looks like a fold around.
Nice little confidence builder there for Kyle. Kyle actually just got back from a trip in Southeast Asia.
Oh, wow.
You know, that's one of the nice things about being a poker player. He also does some IT stuff. He travels a lot. He plays a lot of poker and really living the dream.
Mm-hmm. I actually know Kyle back from where I used to live. We used to play 2-5.
Oh, yeah? Where was that?
Charlestown, West Virginia. Kyle used to live in Virginia. He was not very far from the same casino.
I would love to see early day Kyle. I bet he was a crusher in that game.
Oh, yeah. I knew him a long time ago. Looks like Kitty in here at ace-9 of clubs. Raising to 200. Cashman. Looks like he's going to put in a 3-bet. Ace-10 of spades. With the best of it, $600 3-bet. Paolo going to get out of the way. Pokernomics out the way. JD, I'm excited to see how Kitty reacts to this 3-bet with the suited ace.
Yeah, this is a hand where you can almost do anything. It doesn't play super well out of position, so you can kind of turn it into a 4-bet, or you could just call. You are suited, so.
She does flop a very good flop here. She does flop a nut flush draw. However, Cashman has the betting lead.
Yeah, I expect Cashman to bet third pot here with most of his range, if not all of it.
He does bet 450, and Kitty's probably not going anywhere.
Yeah, let's see if she decides either to call or raise. Both options are good, in my opinion.
She does call. How about the jack of clubs? Or the king of spades.
Interesting card.
And Kitty checks it over to Cashman. It looks like he checks it back, and the 5 of diamonds is a brick river.
Yeah, I think on that board paired turn, Cashman's going to slow down a lot. I don't think Kitty is folding any part of her value range that she wouldn't fold to the flop bet. And let's see if Cashman just thinks he needs to bluff or if he can take this to showdown. I think he does beat a lot of hands like 9-10, club type hands, so I like his check back as he will actually beat some of Kitty's hands, such as in this case.
And he does win with the ace-10 high. Nice 15 and a quarter there. '71 viewers in the chat. Thank you guys for being here today. I got the volume mic up. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. And like and subscribe here at Poker House Dallas. Trying to bring you some of the biggest action here in the DFW with definitely the best players here in the DFW. And Kitty, under the gun, king 6 of clubs. And she's going to raise it to $150.
I love it. These guys are talking about the Berkey Nick Airball heads up match. If you guys like poker drama or any drama for that matter, go to Twitter, check it out. Big heads up match between Matt Berkey and Nick Airball. I think the controversy is that Nick Airball wants to have a friend sit behind him, which Berkey thinks is ridiculous, and I tend to agree with that.
I didn't know that part.
Yeah, so they're just kind of working out terms right now. It's unclear whether or not the match will go ahead, but obviously everybody is hoping it does go ahead because we all need some more drama in our lives.
Eric, you aren't wrong.
Eric is practicing backing up the wife's already on his wife's birthday. It's a good decision.
Very good decision making. And it looks like Kitty c-bet the flop and the turn. Carlos lets it go.
Nice hand, Kitty. A little classic aggression. Shows why aggression is so important in poker.
Do you know why he wanted to have that rail?
Well, so that's like the big thing, right? Is, you know, in my opinion, it just gives too much opportunity for shenanigans, whether that's some form of cheating through signaling or tells or any other method of cheating. So it just doesn't make any sense to, you know, he's the one who called Berkey out, in my opinion. And so if he wants Berkey to play, it should truly be heads up and no one else in the room.
I agree, and they should stream it.
So I think that was a ridiculous ask personally, but I know there's people on both sides. And it looks like Tiny says the match is going to go ahead, so that's exciting to see.
Looks like Zefish here coming in under the gun. King clubs, jack of hearts, 150. Paolo calling. Under the gun +2, ace-7 clubs. Pokernomics in the +3. King jack of diamonds. Kevin in the cutoff.
I think Zefish is a French pro, if I'm not mistaken. He is somebody who can play a wide range, but is such a strong post-flop player that he can really get away with it. He's definitely scary to have at your table.
He's been very interesting to watch. Last time I got to watch him, the 25-50 big blind game. And looks like we went Texas heads up on this board. Just 7 ways.
Yep, Kitty smashing it with trips here. Letting people catch up by checking. I don't mind that at all. Probably start betting now, though. There's flush draws and straight draws as well.
And it looks like Kyle hit a queen on a turn and does check it back. Good check by Kyle.
Yeah, I like that check.
And the river, ace of spades. Kitty here with the hand locked up. She's not going anywhere, probably.
I don't think Paolo is going to bet here for value. Yeah, I think he's just going to check. So
this looks like this is going to check through.
Yeah, so Kitty's going to take it down. It is, you know, it's a $1,500 pot. So, but she's a little mad at herself that no one betted.
Yeah, she didn't pick up much there for going 7 ways to the flop.
Yeah.
I saw Doug offered a $100,000 payout if they come to the lodge and play it on stream. I don't know why they wouldn't do it.
I don't think they want to support, or I don't think Berkey wants to support Doug in any way. And I just don't think he wants it on stream.
Yeah, there is a lot of things behind that.
I mean, people are going to be able to study, like, any additional edge. I think he just wants to keep it old school.
It's all right. You did the right thing. All you got to do is pause, and then the commentator...
What I do know is the people want to see it.
Look at what he's thinking about. Give him credit for what he's thinking about.
Yeah. Wait, yeah, Kyle. You guys got to help us out. Tank a little longer. Give us a chance to figure out what to say. They're talking about us. It's our big moment.
It's our big moment for sure. Kyle Z in here raising it up in the cutoff. 4-3 of hearts. Zefish coming out the big blind. The queen jack offsuit. 3-betting the 650. Now we're playing some poker.
Oh, I think they're talking about that ace king of diamonds hand.
Yeah, I think so. Which
yeah, Reese probably saw it or something.
He bet like really big on the turn, and like I had the second pair, and I called. And the river was an ace-3.
And Kyle with the 4-bet, 16 and a quarter. And every time I do something like that, I get 5-bet. But Kyle might get this through.
So Kyle recognizes what I just talked about with Zefish, how he is very aggressive, very wide. And so Kyle's going to fight back by 4-betting some of the bottom end of his range like this. Keep him honest a little bit. So I really like that 4-bet by Kyle. Nice
I like
hand.
that by Kyle as well. Fighting fire with fire.
Yeah, Kyle's no stranger to aggression himself.
It was so bad, but they still didn't even like. They weren't even sure. They weren't like, that was Zefish. They were like, what's maybe public that?
I played that stream, and someone texted me afterwards. It was like a screenshot of that hand. They're like, "Wow, JD really is washed up." Wow, JD.
And people actually legit asked me like if it was actually me or I was like, I just want them all to know. So, no, I just found out how to read. And then I knew he hit the river.
All right, Paolo with a real hand here. Ace King offsuit under the gun, raising 175. Looks like everybody's getting out of the way so far. Cashman, 8-6 of hearts. Call the 1 1/4 in the big blind. Heads up to the flop. Queen, Queen 9, 1 club. Cashman gonna check. This is a good board for Paolo to see bet. And he does. And takes it down.
Yeah, I think Paolo's going to be c-betting that quite often. So
Yes.
thanks for joining us, everybody. We're up to 75 viewers almost. Where is everybody from?
Yeah,
Type out in the
viewers
chat.
tonight.
Where are you guys watching from? Let us know.
Yeah, let us know where you're from tonight. Like and subscribe. And again, I got Danny Marx here commentating in the booth. I'm Paul Tassone, a.k.a. Gator. You can catch us both on the streams. I'm usually on the Saturdays. Danny kind of plays the Friday and the Saturday down here.
I just play whenever they give me an invite. I'm always grateful to have a seat. So
am I.
Whenever I can. But I will be here tomorrow night as well. Come join us.
I'll be commentating tomorrow while Danny's over there playing.
Be easy on me.
Love
And
to
it
watch
looks
Danny
like
play.
Katie's game, the dealer here, she's got a tournament named after her. They've been getting an insane number of entries where it's been something like $5,000 for first place on a $100 buy-in.
Looks like 341 entries on yesterday's game, right? Wednesdays?
Oh, wow. So it looks like Eric just posted the top is 6276.
That's incredible.
That is insane.
Go,
So
Katie.
come join Poker House for some fun tournament action or some fun cash game action.
Absolutely. And we got a big hand brewing here from pre-flop action. Was Kevin with the 2 queens. Raised it to 100, Pokernomics raised it 150. Kevin, 3-bet to 450. And Pokernomics called. And now a King 9-5 rainbow flop. Checks over to Kevin. Kevin's going to c-bet it here with the 2 queens. Now, what do you think, Pokernomics? Do you think he's going to peel 1 here, the bottom pair?
I do. I think this is a great hand to do it with. You can even actually mix in some check raises here. But against this sizing, I'm probably just going to flat. He's got really good backdoor equity here. And if he does something like pair of 5 or an ace, he can win a lot of money. Mm-hmm. He does decide to let it go.
Does let it go.
Will, watching from New York City. I was actually just in Connecticut and New York this past week. Got to walk through Manhattan for the first time. It's such an amazing experience. A bit of a culture shock for me, honestly. But nonetheless, it was such an amazing city, such a big city compared to out here. So it was nice to see everything.
Well, New York City, I'm sure you played in Atlantic City multiple times. I've played down there a few times myself. I'm from the East Coast. Looks like JD here. Raise 150 under the gun. King Jack off. Kevin gonna call. Mix it up with the 9-5. Kitty Jack 7 off. She looks like she folds. Zefish, he's not going anywhere. 2 8s. Cashman folds. Paolo 9-10 of spades. I like it. Small blind. Call 100 1/4. Pokernomics in the big blind. I think he calls as well. We go 5 ways. What do they call it? The Texas heads up? Ace, deuce, deuce. 2 spades. Paolo flopping a spade draw. Pokernomics with top pair. going to go check around. Turn 7 of diamonds. Irrelevant card here. Paolo. Looks like he's going to take a stab, Danny. He does.
Yeah, I think it's fine to start bluffing here. Even multi-way, you have no showdown value. Even against a weak ace, you're probably not going to get raised, or even against any ace, you're probably not going to get raised. And you have a lot of opportunity to win the pot on the river, either by making the best hand or bluffing again.
And he does get it through.
Absolutely. People showed weakness by checking through the flop. Nice hand, Paolo. I like how JD is telling Kitty he's an engineer. Well, technically that's true. Come on, JD. We know you all play like a pro. You don't need to scam her.
They think I want to get a sales because I'm just nice. So I said, no, I study engineer. I want to be engineer. I said, you should be a sales.
Yeah, you should be I can see that kid.
Yeah, I said, why the engineer cannot dress pretty?
JD might be pretending that he does have a day job, as well as he plays poker.
Let's see what Kitty's saying here.
It's like a huge campus, I had to go through security and tape on all my cameras and everything.
I think they're figuring that out.
All right. Hand number 20. Plenty of hands left in the stream. Paolo here on the button with ace-6 offsuit. Ace of spades, 6 of hearts. JD, big blind. Queen jack off. Looks like he's going to make the call. Going to go heads up. 6-8 for rainbow. Paolo does flop the best of it. He had the best hand pre-flop. He's probably just going to c-bet and take it down here. Crusher in disguise. Exactly, Tiny. '84 viewers in the chat. Welcome to the stream.
Remember to hit the thumbs up button while you're all here. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday night, Poker House Live. 25-50 game with a $50 big blind ante. 5K minimum buy-in, no max. Average stack is just over 10K.
And we appreciate everyone being here today. I hope everyone's having a good night.
Joining us here in Dallas, Texas. Where are you all from? I see some New York, some Massachusetts, Toronto, all over.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I know they've got some card rooms in Canada, too.
I've never played in Canada.
Can't think of the name off the top of my head.
Kitty here. Looks like Kyle Z opened the action under the gun with $125. Ace-7 of clubs. Kitty's going to call it the 2 3s. Kevin in the big blind. He's not going anywhere. Queen jack offsuit. King 5-8.
Looks like everybody misses here, so we'll see if the aggression goes. I think this is a good bet board, even three-way for Kyle to c-bet here. He's going to have most of the king X, and he's got a lot of good barrel opportunities with both the backdoor straight draw and backdoor clubs and an overcard. A lot of people underestimate how valuable having an overcard is when you're starting a multi-street bluff. Having that ability to outdraw with that ace can add a lot of value to your hand.
Yes.
Looks like the aggression takes it down. Nice hand, Kyle. Looks like Kitty wants to be a professor. She's going to be the poker professor tonight.
Yeah, I think so. I think she came down here to show the Texas boys what's up tonight. Looks like Cashman, ace-6 of clubs, going to come in with a raise.
A lot of ace-X suited type hands being opened tonight.
Looks like Paolo's putting in a 3-bet. Don't know what his cards are yet.
You know, these suited aces play very well the deeper you get, and these types of games tend to play pretty deep. So 200 big blinds plus. But I do like his fold to aggression. It does not flop super well. It's better when you are in the lead.
Don't know what Paolo had. The card reader didn't read it.
Nonetheless, some nice aggression from Paolo. He can have a lot of hands there, 3-betting. A lot of players left to act, so he's incentivized to not flat as much and to 3-bet more to kind of buy position and play the rest of the hand in position.
How do we take a look at the board here? This?
All right. I think we'll bring it up after the hand here.
Yeah. Looks like Kitty under the gun. Going to fold King 10. Pokernomics in the hijack. Ace Jack of Hearts. Looks like a $200 raise. JD with the 2 5s.
JD's going to take the aggressive route, give him multiple ways to win here.
3-bet 600 with 2 5s.
Pokernomics is definitely not going anywhere with this strong of a hand. This hand flops very well suited. Definitely want to call here out of position.
Looks like 17 and a quarter in the middle pre-flop. On to the flop.
Looks like the action's a little bit behind here. Can't really see the flop.
And the flop is out there. Just can't see it.
Sorry about that, guys. Looked like a bet and a fold. JD's probably going to see bet a lot of boards here for a third pot. Looks like that's what happened.
Okay. 10, 7, 7, 2 spades. All right, how do we pull this up?
All right, so let's bring up the V-pips here, see what everybody's cooking with.
Kevin with 36%, Carlos 36%, Pokernomics 31, Kyle Z 31, Kitty 27, Zefish 27, Paolo 27, Cashman and JD down there 25 and 22% respectively.
Yep. Everybody above 20%. People are getting some hands. I think it goes away on its own.
It goes away on its own?
Yeah. I think the stats are actually stuck right now. I think maybe Eddie forgot to push a button. You want to grab Eddie? Because even these are stuck.
Yeah, the graphics is stuck.
Oh, it went away. There we go. Yeah, that one goes away on its own.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, guys. We're just figuring out the technical difficulties. Both of us are new to this. Oh, it's back up again. Oop, there we go.
Okay, there we go. And Zefish here with AC to diamonds. Under the gun. Raise $150.
Looks like the table's still kind of figuring each other out here. Not too many big pots. Although we got a lot of aggressive action, some light 4-betting. So it's only a matter of time.
Kitty with the King 9 of hearts. Looks like Zefish going to bet 225. Kyle here, 2 3s. And it looks like Texas Oprah came in here and gave the chat 2,500 points. It is time to gamble away those points tonight.
Wow, thanks for those points.
Texas Oprah, a.k.a. Eddie.
Looks like Kitty raised here with the flush draw and takes it down. Nice play, Kitty. Everyone in the chat, have you all played in Dallas before? I have played poker all over the country, and Dallas is by far my favorite place to play. So come join us.
You know what else I like about playing in poker room in Dallas? It's not hot in here. It's hot outside.
Yeah. Yeah, got the AC going.
Let's see here, Pokernomics.
And if you guys want a good example for how to conduct yourself at the poker table, all of these high-stake pros are a shining example. especially someone like JD and Kyle. Very fun to play with. Don't take too long to act. A great example for other poker players.
Kevin raising it to 250 in the hijack. With pocket deuces going to take it down. Win a little 475. Talking about the Saturday game, the game has always got a straddle on.
Yeah, it never really ends up being a 5-5-10. I think 25 is the perfect straddle amount to maximize action. People are not afraid to gamble it up. Sometimes if players are playing a little too big for their roll, they'll get a little tighter in some of these games.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the case for any of these players, but sometimes with the 5, 10, 25 game, when the 50 gets on, people get a little uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm. And it also severs the stack sizes. And
Yep.
Paolo here raising the 175 ace deuce of clubs. JD coming in +2 with the king queen of diamonds.
Ooh, and then Kitty with a decision.
Wow.
This is
2
actually
tens.
a tough spot.
And does lay it down.
Curious to see what Paolo does. Oh my gosh.
Cashman with another big hand. Kitty must have had.
Kitty dodged a bullet there. Let's see how Cashman plays it.
She had her spidey sense working, or maybe her kitty sense working on that one. No. Cashman here with 2 queens.
Does go with the 4-bet. Let's see what sizing he chooses.
Looks like 1450.
Love the sizing.
JD's hand's in rough shape versus Cashman's hand.
He is going to have position with a suited hand, so he could continue, but I wouldn't be surprised if he just gives it up, although he does continue.
And we're going to get to the flop. 35.50 in the skillet.
Yeah, actually, I think giving it up in position would be a little too tight. Very playable hand.
8-8 jack, 2 hearts. Cashman, first stack with the best of it. 2 ladies.
Yeah, very good flop for Cashman. He could definitely see bet small here with the large portion of his range. I see in a 4-bet pot, he could go anywhere 20 to 30%. He does have the backdoor hearts, and the queen interacts with the board a little bit as well. So not as afraid of runouts, so you can go pretty small here.
I'm thinking the c-bet of around 1,000.
So you go around that. Yeah, me too, Ron. I think a fast table is better for everybody. Get more hands in,
Looks like
even if you have to give up a little bit.
950. And JD's just going to have to give up here.
Yeah, JD's got nothing going for him. Just backdoor straight draw, but no hearts. I like giving it up. Nice hand, Cashman. Kitty's talking about whether or not she should just be flatting there with the 10s. Something I noticed, you don't want to be flatting 3-bets very often. So if she does want to come in there, I generally prefer 4-bet. The problem with flatting is, like she just mentioned, your hand is very face up. I'll usually tend to put people on middling pocket pairs when they're flatting 3-bets. Now that being said, she does have the button, and they are reasonably deep. The other issue with flatting in position there is that the original raiser has an uncapped range, and so they're going to be more incentivized to 4-bet back at you. So you're not closing the action, and you can just get squeezed out, and you've just put in $500 now where you have to fold. So I really don't mind her fold there. And if she is going to play, I like a small 3-bet there in position. I'm sorry, a small 4-bet in position, but she did go with the fold. And lucky for her, because Cashman woke up with queens behind her.
Mm-hmm. And Kevin here flopping a pretty decent hand. He's got the nut flush draw. Against Zefish, $350 bet.
Yep. I don't think Zefish can go anywhere for 1 bet. Let's see how this board develops.
Zefish, wow. Raising it to 800, putting a little pressure back on to Kevin.
It's an interesting spot to raise. He is going to have the best hand a lot of the time, where he's going to want to deny equity to his opponent, because most turn cards are going to leave him a little unsure of where he's at. And he does have the emergency diamond in cases where his opponent has a king X. But a lot of times his opponent's just going to have a hand like he does. Although obviously with the ace of diamonds, Kevin is not going to be going anywhere and is going to have a lot of ways to win this pot.
And Kevin does make the call. As you can see, it's basically a coin flip, and the turn is a 6 of hearts. Doesn't help Kevin at all.
Curious to see if Zefish feels like he's going to have to bluff this or if he's going to check back for pot control.
And Kevin's going to lead into him again.
Wow, interesting. I'm very curious to see what Zefish does in response to this bet.
I'm very interested in seeing this as well, especially after Zefish decided I'm going to raise it on the flop.
It kind of looks like he's got the ace of diamonds with that double lead there.
I can see that.
But at the same time, sevens isn't that strong of a hand in this position. But if anyone can make the play, it is definitely Zefish.
And Zefish does get out the way.
Yeah, you can see he was thinking about it. Very tough spot. But at the same time, all of your opponent's semi-bluffs just have so much equity. And there's plenty of stronger hands to choose than sevens.
Let's take a look at their wins.
Yeah, let's bring up the cumulative winnings. They'll pop up after. Yep.
There we go. Looks like Kevin up tonight. 47.50. Cashman, 24.50. Paolo, 22.75. Kitty, up 17.50. Pokernomics, he's not down much, 6.75. Carlos, down 11.50. JD, 2,100. Kyle Z, 27.50. And Zefish is down 45.50.
It's always nice to see the newcomer coming in and crushing. It tends to happen on these streams. First time, you win a lot. So good job, Kevin. See if
And we
keep it up.
have a hand brewing here. JD, 2 kings. And Kevin, 2 queens, $700 3-bet. This might be a big one.
This could be a big pot.
This could be that over 20K pot that we talked about earlier. And JD coming back to him. 550 to call, but I assume there's going to be a 4-bet in play.
Yeah, let's see what sizing he chooses. You obviously can flat, but I think most of the time here you do want to start getting as much money in as you can.
I'm thinking maybe around 2,200. What do you think?
I think that's about right. I think JD agrees. You can go a little bit bigger. Is that 18? 19.
1,900.
Yeah, I like that sizing. You want to make your 4-bets pretty small. He is out of position, so you can add a few extra big blinds in there. But when you start 4-betting, when you start 4-betting, ranges condense a lot. And so to keep your opponent's range a little bit wider, to get a little extra value from kings, you don't really want to go too big. So I like the sizing by JD.
Kevin, another 1,200. I don't think Kevin's going to fold. I assume Kevin's going to at least put the 1,200 in. His hand is too strong to want to just fold here.
Yeah, I don't think you want to put in a 5-bet here. I think you want to continue with a call, play in position, and you'll have about just under a 3-to-1 SPR after this. Plenty of room to play with a very strong hand in position. The problem with raising here is JD's going to just fold all of his bluffs and continue with all of his better hands. So you're allowing JD to kind of get off the hook here by putting in another raise.
And Kevin with the call. Now I'm very interested to see how this flop's going to come out. 6, 7, 7. Wow. And Kevin just...
Yeah, this is on this flop, I think JD is going to probably c-bet for about a quarter. He's got plenty of time to, with just under 2.5, 3-to-1 SPR, he's got plenty of time to get the money in. So you can go small and then 2/3 to get all in.
Is that 1,100? No, it's 900. And Kevin You think Kevin's going to call or raise here?
I think Kevin should just be calling here. Again, similar concept on a 4-bet pot. Both of their ranges are already so tight. You're just gonna let JD play his hand perfectly by raising here. You want to keep in his tens, jacks, ace 5 suited type hands, ace 4 suited type hands, and they're all folding if you put in a raise here, and only kings and aces will be continuing. His ace king type hands, etc. So I do like a call here.
It looks like he does make the call for 900. 61 and a quarter in the skillet. To the turn. Another 6.
And again, this is a 4-bet pot. No one's ever going to have a 7 or a 6 here. So JD has the effective nuts as far as he's concerned. Yes, Kevin will sometimes have aces, but I think just as often he's going to have queens, jacks, tens, and JD knows exactly where he's at right now. So JD's going to try to get all the money in with 2 bets. Again, I don't think he has to go very big. Let's see. If he bets 3,000, he'll have less than a pot size on the river. Let's see. If you go 4,000, it'll be 6,000 into 14 on the river. So yeah, I like about a half size, a little under half size.
Looks about 28 here.
Yeah, I like that sizing. So now he's going to have just over a 7K bet at the river, which will be a similar sizing. Make his opponent as indifferent as possible.
And Kevin.
This way you give him a tough decision on every street where it doesn't really feel like he can fold.
Right. And it looks like he's going to make the call.
Yeah, I do not envy Kevin's position right now.
I don't either.
This is very tough, especially against JD.
And he does make the call for 2,800.
Yeah, so JD set up a perfect river all in here. On most cards. Let's see what comes out.
And the 8 of clubs on the river.
Let's see. Are either of them going to have too many suited cards? I don't think JD's going to be too worried about Kevin having, suited like ace-king type hands. He's obviously got the king of clubs, which blocks that. There aren't really any other combos. I think he's going to feel pretty comfortable here going for all the value.
And I assume he's going to shove it in here.
Yeah, again, Kevin's going to have all the other overpairs here, and I think JD's going to recognize that.
I think JD's going to shove, and Kevin's going to call at this point.
It's going to be a very tough spot for Kevin, because I don't think JD is necessarily going to jam for value here with like the jacks, tens type of hands. So he definitely has to think JD's bluffing sometimes. JD's also going to have like some ace-5 suited type hands as well, but let's see what he does.
It looks like he's...
Oh, so okay, so he's going very interesting. So he's going for. I think he recognizes the board might be a little bit scary. He's trying to force his opponent to call with a little bit of a blocker size.
He does call.
Yeah, and you know what? That's actually pretty good. You're gonna get that way. Hands like nines, tens, jacks, they just can't fold to that sizing. And so he's really squeaked out a ton of value here. Almost an 8K profit for JD. Very nice hand, JD.
Big hand with the 2 kings.
All right, I'm actually going to be right back if you want to take over.
Okay. All right, looks like we got 90 viewers in the chat. Thanks for being here tonight. I am Paul Tassone, a.k.a. Gator. Danny Marx is in the booth with me as well. He just stepped out for a moment. And let's get on to the next hand. Let's check out the stack sizes. Chip counts, JD 20,675, Paolo 17,200, Cashman 12,400, Kitty 11,700, Kyle Z 11,200, Pokernomics 92,25, Carlos 8,800, Kevin 7,400, and Zefish with 5,400. And let's get on to the next hand. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you for the support. Please like and subscribe here at Poker House Dallas. It does help the channel. It's the best way you can support us.
Are we doing the rip card down?
No skill, right? It's open.
No skill, just open. Just make sure you're in the box.
And it looks like another flip with the dealer change.
Let me. You got everybody? Let me know if you got everybody. Oh, everybody's. Yeah, that's a tough one. All right, we good, everybody.
All right, Pokernomics. Here we go.
Full house draw. We're doing the bottom. Last card down. No.
And it looks like JD scooping it here with the 3 6s. JD got the second flip of the day. Another winner for JD. 6 is full. 6 is full of 5s.
Kitty, you're my new favorite. I'm on Tuber, sure. Whatever it is. The personality is influencer. That's how many they cost money and all that. I'm running back, Kitty. I'm wasting it on $100 clips. Costing me money.
Thank you.
I've done the place. I don't know how much you put for it and if everybody knows.
Second time?
6 suck out. Little tiny ones. $100 clip.
Man.
Save for the big one. Change carrier. Yeah, it's 9 ways. 1 to 9 times 1 to 9.
All right, on to the next hand.
So what are we doing? Stand up game? 1 in 81.
Oh, we're not.
1 in 81.
Because someone is sure how much you want to pay.
All right, I'm back. Did I miss any 40K pots while I was gone?
Just a flip.
Oh, nice. Let's.
I pulled up the stack sizes earlier.
All right, how are we doing? Who's the big stack? JD with 20.
JD, yeah, he's the big stack right now with the 20K. Going over to Paolo on the button. King 3 off. Pokernomics 10-8 in the small blind.
Oh, they're talking about playing the stand-up game. Have you ever played that?
I haven't got the chance to play it yet, but it does seem like a lot of fun.
Yeah, it brings a lot of action. The other way to do it is called the Nick game.
Yeah, where you get the knit button, right?
Yeah, and see if people are too lazy to stand up.
Right.
So I think I'd prefer that version.
And it looks like Pokernomics here at the 10-8, the double gutter. 7 or a jack's going to make his hand. JD's got the 6-3 for bottom pair. And there's 800 in the middle. Pokernomics going to check JD. Checking it back. 10 on the river. That's going to make Pokernomics the winner here. Looks like check, check. Oh, I'm sorry. Bet 200 and fold.
Sorry, I'm blocking his view here. I'm trying to get our fan working. A little warm back here. Sorry, buddy.
When do we start?
Mark Wee had special knit buttons to play. It sounds like Mark Wee knows about the knit game.
That's correct. I will help remind you. You went ahead and when you don't have a button. Oh, so we're playing where you get the button. Okay.
Okay, it looks like they were not playing the show one game, by the way, but they are. When you win the a hand to sit back down, you do have to show one to be able to sit back down. Kitty's wheeling and dealing over here. the sit-down version of the stand-up game.
So it looks like they're going to play the knit game.
Yeah, so this is actually a really good way to bring action. It adds a lot of incentive to win pots. I'm not sure how big they're playing, though. Let's see if we can hear what they're saying.
So you don't know how much it is.
And Carlos, with the ace-10 off, raising 175.
I can't tell if they said 200 or 100 or unknown.
I can't really tell.
Can you hear?
I can, but I didn't hear fully what was said.
End up in like a 30K pot.
Yeah, it seems like it's somewhere between 1 and 200 a player, so like 1,000 or 900 to 1,800 for the loser of the stand-up game. I'm sure we'll see.
Looks like here, Carlos 175, the ace 10. I think we went 4 ways to flop. And Pokernomics flopping a big hand with the nut flush draw. Carlos with the gut shot. JD pocket fives. Kevin queen 4 offsuit. And then checking the Pokernomics with the nut flush draw. And he's going to bet $350. Hi, Kim. It's a 5K minimum. No max.
Oh, welcome Kimmy Stone, another Dallas regular in the chat.
And looks like bet 350 Pokernomics, and Carlos makes a call with the gut shot and 1 over.
Always a pleasure to play with Texas Kim. Very strong player.
Of spades on the turn. I've never had the pleasure of playing with Kim or Hayden.
Both of them are very tough, very fun to play with.
That's what I've heard. Carlos here checking the ace-10 Pokernomics, checking it back with the nut flush draw, checking his equity. 3 of hearts on the river.
I kind of would have liked to see Pokernomics continue barreling on the turn there. I think you want to give yourself multiple chances to win. I mean, this is also the stand-up game, but either way, it's fine to take your equity as well, though, and do a little pot control if you think your opponent, like Carlos, is going to have a lot of strong hands.
And Carlos with the $750 bluff with the best hand.
Yeah, and I don't think you can see that Pokernomics.
Mark Wee, private 1-3 game at Poker House on Wednesdays, 7 deuce game, unlimited straddle starting from under the gun. That sounds like a great game.
You can see Pokernomics was thinking about bluff calling there with the ace-high diamonds. Another fun little strategy tip for beginners is that that's actually a poor hand to call with because you're actually blocking your opponent's bluffs in that situation. So I do really like his decision just to give it up.
But you're not a beginner?
I am definitely a beginner. It's for other beginners along with me. Kimmy knows. Oh, Harvey. Thanks, buddy. Speaking of other great guys, Harvey here. Another one of these young phenoms along with Chris Cashman. These kids are taking over the poker world.
There's a lot of young guns out there doing real well.
Yeah, Harvey's great, actually. He is a soccer player at SMU.
Oh, wow.
So he's a student, a poker player, and an athlete, and manages to somehow do them all. I'm still juggling my life, so keep it up, Harvey. Yeah, he's another one that I'm sure is going to make it in the biggest games if he wants to.
Cashman raising 150 on UTG +3, Jack 10 off. Pokernomics here in the cutoff, mixing up King 4 spades. Looks like JD called as well with the 7-6 off from the button. 975 in the middle. Queen, tray, deuce, flop. 2 diamonds. Doesn't really hit anyone here. Nothing going on with this hand. And checks through. Ace of spades on the turn. That picks up a gut shot for Pokernomics and a possible bluff card here for Cashman, who also has a gutter ball. Cashman with the $250 bet on the turn. Looks like he's just going to take this down.
All right, and once again, thanks everybody for joining us on this Thursday evening at Poker House Dallas. We've got almost 90 viewers already. Remember to hit that like button while you're here, watching some high stakes action in Dallas with some of the best players around. We've got 25.50 with a $50 big blind ante, 5K minimum buy-in, no max.
Raina, chat mug, 416 at Poker House Dallas. 1, 2, $500 max. Splash pots, cake, and cards. What could be better? All are welcome. I just want to be there for the cake.
Hey, I have played in that game twice, and the cake is fantastic. So,
what kind of cake is it?
they usually just bake some different goodies or bring some treats. And
Cashman with a big hand.
Always
aces.
a good time. Oh man, having aces during the stand-up game, and
Pokernomics with the ace king.
Wow, that's tough. So
man,
yeah, pretty standard 3-bet here, and Cashman's going to come in with a even more standard 4-bet, and Pokernomics is not going to be able to go anywhere. Let's see if he decides to flat in position after Cashman 4-bets, or if he decides to go with the 5-bet. I wouldn't even be surprised if, I guess he's a little deep to jam, actually.
And Cashman.
Yeah. So if Pokernomics, I think I'm just going to flat here in position. Raising kind of awkward sizing. I guess you could go for like a min click it back or a jam here. Ace King makes for a decent jam. It does block your opponent's strongest hands. So
and he
does go with the jam.
In.
Yeah, and obviously a dream spot for Cashman here.
With 2 aces versus Ace King.
So it looks like we're going to have a $18,000 pot. Yeah, so that's a tough spot here. Yeah, honestly, it's not a terrible jam. You do block your opponent's strongest hands. Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Clubs. Always a sweat. Let's see. Oh, wasted all the clubs.
And it looks like they're running it twice. Yeah, looks like twice.
And he used up all of his clubs. Let's see if he can. Oh my God. All right, he needs runner still. Oh, no, he needs a queen.
He can get a queen. And Cashman's going to take it down with the 2 aces.
Pretty standard hand here by both players. Definitely a cooler.
And Raina, the cakes sound great. Lemon, blueberry, and whiskey. 2 cakes. It sounds nice.
Raina, stop making him talk about cake. Now you're making me hungry.
I'm getting real hungry now after reading those
At least bring me some right now. All right, and we're getting some action here. He's getting an 18K pot, getting to sit down in the stand-up game, and creating some tilt action. So hopefully we can get some even more big pots in the future.
Let's look at the win here.
Yeah, new win totals after that pot. Cashman up almost a little over 12K. Really, really nice win by Cashman.
JD up 57.75. Paolo 1,900. Kitty up 1,400. Carlos close to even, down 2 1/4, and a couple others in the red. Oh, there we go. And looks like Kevin down 3,100. Kyle Z down 3,175. Zefish down 4,900. Still got plenty of stream left. Plenty of money to exchange hands.
Oh, yeah. We got some deep stacks. We could easily have a 40K pot at this point.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, yeah.
Oh, you can see on the face. Never fun to lose a big pot like that.
No.
You gotta at least think you're drawing live there with an ace king, but against the aces, ooh.
Not much is going to do there.
I'm sure you've had plenty of the same experience. Jamming into aces is not very fun.
Except when I do it, I end up with 7 high.
Yeah. It's easy to wake up with aces.
Every once in a while, you wake up with aces and you win a big one, or you lose a big one. That happens too. Seen a couple of big hands today. The kings and the queens, the aces and the ace king.
Yeah, a lot of big hands tonight. A lot of suited aces.
Speaking of suited aces, Zefish here raising the 200 under the gun. The ace 7 of clubs. Kitty's going to call it the 6 deuce of clubs.
Yeah, I think it's fine to defend here. Almost any suited hand that connects in this way. It also kind of unblocks your opponent's strongest hand, so when you hit, you're not really afraid of much.
And Zefish flopping top and bottom. Going to c-bet for 300. Kevin must have some ill intentions for the turn with the old 9-3 offsuit. Turns an 8.
I wonder if we've got another misread here.
I think if it's not a misread, he was calling the flop to put something in on the turn, but
Definitely possible.
doesn't look like that's happening.
But based on what I've seen from his play so far, my read is on a misread.
That's very possible as well.
That's what they're for.
No better way to get over an aces all-in hand than getting a massage. I like that strategy, Pokernomics. See, that's Paolo and Zefish have been a little card dead lately. Hopefully we can give these guys some hands to play with. Take a look at the V-pips after this hand.
All right, and Cashman under the gun with ace-queen off.
Right back at it.
Paolo, jack-6 off, going to get out the way. Pokernomics with the 10-5. That's the hand where you can make all the straights. You need a 10 or a 5 to make a straight.
All the fun facts tonight.
Oh, yeah. And Kitty in here with a mama and a papa, king-queen. Calling the 1 1/4. Five, 8, 6, 2 hearts. And it looks like Kevin flops a gut shot and Pokernomics flops a 5.
I like Cashman choosing not to c-bet on this board. I think a mistake a lot of beginning players make is they c-bet too often, especially multi-way. A board like this is going to hit your opponent's calling ranges much more than your opening range. And so I just like a check give up.
And Kevin with the 300 and Pokernomics calling, and the turn's a 7 of hearts. And Kevin gets there on his hand. Making a straight. And Pokernomics.
Straight.
Speaking of
bigger
straights,
straight. Yeah, he's got the 10.
There's that 10 to make a straight that I spoke about.
There you go.
And
no chop. No
like
chop.
A bet of 1,000 and a call. And
little
Pokernomics
rebate
with the 10 high straight.
But yeah, a lot of the poker profit comes from the little things that you don't see, like Cashman choosing not to c-bet that board and giving up. That's what makes a really strong player. A lot of those little actions like that, they add up. You know, we're all going to get aces, we're all going to be against aces, and those are all going to be a wash in the long run. So it's about doing the little things right. And so it's really fun to watch these players and kind of see that they do the little things right.
And let's take a look at the V-pips today. Kevin, 40%. Pokernomics, 37. JD, 31. Carlos, 28. Cashman, 28. Kitty, 25. Zefish, same as Kitty. Kyle, Z22. And Paolo at 20.
Yep, little card dead over there for Paolo, but he hasn't really had much to work with. Playing the hands he is getting very well.
That's all we can do. Play the hands that were dealt. And it looks like the $50 straddles on them this one. Oh, I'm sorry. No, that's the 50 on the
speaking of doing the little things well,
big blind.
Being able to fold, through a bad session without feeling like you need to play hands and just staying disciplined and understanding where your profits come from, that's another valuable skill. I always say it's not who has the best A game, it's who stays in their A game the longest. And so it's nice to see the mental discipline of a lot of these players.
Oh, yeah. Kevin raising 3 1/4 with the ace-deuce of spades.
Yeah, I wish we had a stat to see who is still left in the stand-up game.
That would be nice.
Yeah. I think it's Zefish, JD, Kitty, and Paolo, maybe?
That makes sense.
Gotta mute you through your yawn. Can't
please.
Can't put us to sleep.
Let's not do that. All right, JD here, Jack 4 off. Too bad the Jack 4 game's not on. I've seen a couple Jack 4s today.
I can like feel your disappointment every time a Jack 4 comes up and you're like, come on, raise, come on, raise.
Robbie changed the world with that hand, and I just love seeing the Jack 4 game now.
I don't know. I'm not a fan of, I guess, what used to be the 7 deuce game where it just adds too many bluffs. And I think the correct adjustment would be to not bluff with a lot of your middling hands a lot because you're adding 16 combos of bluffs all the time. So personally, I think it makes the gameplay a little bit worse, but I guess it just depends on who's in the lineup.
Yeah, I can see that as well. And Paolo here, the Queen Jack, King Queen Ace board, Zefish Ace 7 of diamonds. Kevin leading out for the 300 with the King Dewey.
Everyone with a little bit of piece of this one.
Mm-hmm. Zefish, I don't see going anywhere. And Paolo, call 300, yeah.
Paolo's got the draw as well here to the straight. Rainbow board.
The turn's a 3 and doesn't bring in anything.
I do think it's a close spot in Paolo's position. Whenever you're the second caller, you share the responsibility to have a minimum defense frequency against your opponent's bet with the other players. So if it was heads up, he'd have to call there every time. But I think it's a little bit closer multi-way, but I can definitely still understand his call as well. Both a queen and a 10 would have been a really good card for him.
Man, it looks like Zefish is putting in a raise here to 1,000.
Trying to protect equity, I think Kevin is going to have a lot of hands like Paolo had, where he's got a pair and a draw. He's going to have hearts, and Zefish unblocks the hearts, which will give Kevin more of those. And so he's trying to raise here for a little bit of protection and kind of buy his showdown price. I expect that he would check back most rivers if he was called.
Mm-hmm.
So I actually really like that raise to deny equity and for a little bit of value. I think another useful tip is try to understand why you're betting and raising. What are your incentives? What are you trying to accomplish? And really think through your options and give credence to both. It's a good tool to try to get better. What's everybody's favorite games to play in chat? Do you guys play 1-2, 2-5? Do you guys prefer $500 buy-ins or match the stack, uncapped, PLL Hold'em? What's your favorite form of poker? I recently played a mixed game with Deuce 7 triple draw. A lot of fun.
You like playing that game?
Oh yeah,
I've never played
super
it.
Fun.
And looks like Kevin here, King 10 of spades, under the gun +1. He's gonna raise it to. Oh, I'm sorry. JD raised it to 150. Kevin 3-bet to 350. The King 10 of spades.
Yeah, very small c-bet, or very small 3-bet size against the under the gun raiser. I'm gonna keep in JD's most of his opening range there with that sizing.
We're going heads up to the flop. 8-9 ace.
Both of them miss horribly. Let's see who wants it more. Again, on this monotone board, you're going to want to be doing a lot of checking as the pre-flop 3-better. When you do c-bet, you're going to want to c-bet very small. He does decide to check back. I don't blame him for that. And now you're going to go for a little stab after JD shows 2 streets of weakness. Also good. And nice hand, Kevin.
Bets 500 and takes it down.
Tiny says Deuce 7 triple draw is my favorite. I agree. Very fun game. I highly recommend everyone who's only played Hold'em to kind of get out of your comfort zone a little bit and try some mixed games. Juan Solo says 1-2 for now. There's nothing wrong with that. I have many an hour in 1-2. You know, very profitable game. Great place to learn, great place to have fun, whether you're playing seriously or just for fun. So, especially when you're in Dallas, the 1-2 games can get pretty insane out here. Play very, very big. Mark Wee says just enough PLO to keep me from getting into too much trouble. I can understand that, Mark. I was actually playing a lot of PLO before I came to Dallas, but I just fell in love with the Hold'em games out here. I also fell in love with learning Hold'em again. With all the new tools that have been out in the last few years, all the new discoveries, it's been fun to kind of explore and try to improve my game.
Looks like Kevin raising 150 under the gun 9-3 at diamonds. Kyle sniffs it out and re-raises 3-bet ace-10 of diamonds. Zefish in the mix with the 6-deuce clubs, calling 500. Cashman down. And Kevin.
Zefish is sick of waiting around. He wants some action. He's going to play here in position. Definitely a little light, but again, this is not going to interact. When you hit, it's not going to interact with your opponent's range.
Looks like the flop misses everyone. Zefish with the gut shot. Kyle ace-10 of diamonds.
Curious to see if Kyle does decide to continue here, a 3-way and a 3-bet pot. I think the board is low enough where it is going to miss a lot of your opponent's hands. The other nice thing is they're going to have a lot of hands like, 5s through 9s where, even if you're not going to expect to take it down very often on your first bet, you have a lot of good barreling opportunities. You can either hit your ace, your 10, you can run out diamonds. So he's going to give himself a lot of opportunities to win this pot.
Absolutely.
Oh my gosh, Zefish hits the straight on the turn.
Kyle with the c-bet getting called by Zefish and just binks the turn.
Yeah, this is going to be a harder one to sniff out. But at the same time, I don't know if Kyle is going to continue or not. I think it's either way he could go with, and he does decide to double barrel. Just very unlucky for him that specifically the 3 comes out, because he is going to win this pot most of the time. And in this case, Zefish also can go either way. If he thinks Kyle is very strong with a lot of overpairs, he could try to just get the money in now before the board changes too much. Or if he thinks Kyle's light, he can just flat. But I like just getting it in now. There's too many river cards that are going to kill your action. Kyle's representing a lot of strength and is going to get called quite often. But in this case, Kyle has nothing, so he's just going to give it up. Nice hand, Zefish.
Yeah, it was a great turn for him. Nice pot, about $4,000. Tiny Poker's pulling in Poker House now, so to come say hi later. All right, Tiny Poker.
Yeah,
good
come
luck
say hi
out
to
there.
us. Rena, I also love double board bomb pots. I never played them until I came to Dallas. They play them every dealer change here, and you can get a lot of wild action, a lot of fun. Yeah, Kyle just running bad there, losing to that gut shot. Those guys have a fun dynamic together. They're going to be betting and raising each other very light.
Kitty here with the ace-5 offsuit. Raise the 200. Under the gun +2. Zefish with the old 6-deuce of hearts. He's in the mix.
Kitty does not want to lose this stand-up game. She's getting involved.
And Kevin with the deuce 3 off. Calls the 150 3 ways.
That's Zefish's third 6-deuce, I think. He's that might be his hand. Let's see if he can find a way to win this one.
And nobody hits a piece of this board. 8-9 jack, 2 spades.
Oh man, I really hope Zefish wins again with 6-deuce.
And the turn's the 10 of diamonds.
Ooh, I don't know if he can bluff on this card. Maybe in position actually, with going check twice. Let's see if anyone tries to take a stab here. He doesn't have to bet very big, and so I do like to bluff here. After my opponents show weakness, you're giving yourself great odds to win the pot. You don't have to take it down very often either by just betting third pot.
And he wins with the 6-deuce once again.
There you go. That's how it's done.
catalytic converter, just like we're in the all-star.
Yes, everyone, watch your cars. Do not get your catalytic converters stolen. Apparently, it's an epidemic right now. That's why I have a smaller car. Can't get under there.
I like to park mine out front.
Yeah, but if you've got a truck, definitely keep that in mind when you're choosing where to park.
We have a lot of security here, though.
Oh yeah, I wasn't referring to the poker room specifically. They are very good in Dallas. Always have security. Walking through the parking lots. Always feel very safe.
JD, 2 6s, calling the 175. Looks like Paolo raised it up with the 7-8 off in the hijack. And we're going to get Kevin with the ace-8, Kyle with the 10-9. And 4 ways to the flop. 1150 in the skillet. Jack 5-3. Missing everyone again. And JD with the 2 6s has the best of it.
Curious to see what he decides here. Definitely could use some protection. Try to get out a lot of overcards with a bet here. And he does. Takes it down.
Sounds like he wins here. 9 1/4.
Yeah, that's another hand where, he's going to have the best hand a lot, but it is multi-way, and so he doesn't want to see almost any turn cards. So I like a bet there. Try to protect your equity.
Absolutely. It was a pretty good board for his hand.
That's a good idea.
Tell me I'm number 1.
No. When you talk about Jeff Boys, it was not number 1.
Oh yeah, who's left in this?
Yeah, who is
Nick
left
game.
in the knit game?
Got to be down to a couple people left. Who's the nit? Stand up. Kitty going with the under the gun limp with the 9s. Very surprising to see that. Trying to mix it up. Little deception.
Kitty with the 2 9s. A hand I really like. Zefish gonna call the 50. Kyle Z. Carlos in the mix. 4 ways. 650 in the middle. See if we can get a big action flop here. 7 tray jack. Carlos bottom pair. Zefish gut shot. Kyle Z gut shot. And Kitty with 2 9s. Best of it.
One of the benefits of raising is to narrow the field, and that way you have a much larger percentage share of the equity of the pot, and you're going to win more in the long run doing that, in my opinion.
3 of hearts on the turn. Jack of hearts on the river.
Pretty good run out for Kitty's hand specifically. I think she probably can bet now for value. She's also got a heart, less flushes for her opponent, and she could get called by ace highs. And you can see here Kyle's actually choosing to bluff this card, so this could be a good opportunity for her to make a little extra money on the hand. Let's see if she can sniff out the call. She does have Zefish behind her, which makes it a little harder. But I don't think he's going to have too many hands in the spot. So definitely not an easy spot. Let's see if she can sniff it out. See if she's staring Kyle down. Deep in the tank, deep in the tank.
Just 600 to call. Kitty in the blender. Looks like she lays it down. Zefish folds. Kyle Z getting it through.
Does decide to give it up. Oh, and then Kitty sees the bad news.
He did show the bluff.
Yep, and you can hear her say that Zefish was still behind. So you can't really blame her for making that fold. You do have to be careful when there's multiple people in the pot. I think if she was heads up, she would have been able to make that call. Very tough spot for Kitty. All right, sounds like there's 2 left. Kitty and Paolo. Oh,
Kitty
man,
and
that was
left on the knit game.
And that was her chance to win the knit game. Ooh, tough. She's I'd be so tilted in that spot. So for those who don't know what the Nick game is, we'll explain it again. You have to win a pot to not get the knit button, and then the last person left with the button has to pay a bounty to the rest of the table. So everyone's won a pot now except for Kitty and Paolo. So whoever doesn't win the next pot between the two of them has to pay the bounty to the rest of the table. So you're going to see Kitty and Paolo start playing more hands because they're technically being laid a better price to do so.
Let's see here. Zefish coming in with the 2 6s, raise 150 under the gun. Paolo calling the 150, king 10 off. Carlos with a big hand. Ooh, small
nice little
blind.
squeeze spot here. I would go large. They've got a lot of players here.
A couple of Kennedys. He does raise it up.
Let's see, 775.
Kitty with the 9-7. Does get out the way. Zefish, 6 1/4 to call. And he's going to make the call. Paolo says no.
Yeah, I think Paolo has to give that hand. He's going to cause too many troubles for himself when he does flop a middling hand. He's just going to flop second best too often. Zefish has a little more clarity with his hand. It'll be easier to continue in position with a pair, going for the set mine against a strong squeeze range from Carlos.
Queen 5 deuce. Great flop for Carlos.
Let's see what sizing Carlos chooses. I'd like to see him go small. This board is not going to interact too often with your opponent, so you want to give them a little more incentive to continue light. He does decide to go a little bit larger, also fine. I do think Zefish with his hand can't fold quite yet.
Zefish has a pretty good flop as well. Ten of spades on the turn.
Ten of spades isn't going to change too much. Bring some backdoors that both players unblock. I do think Carlos is probably going to go pretty large here, and I don't expect Zefish to continue. Oh, Carlos goes with the deceptive check,
wow.
Which is also fine. Gives Zefish now might think he needs a little bit of protection against hands like Ace-King, King-Jack, etc., and so he might put out a little bet here to buy himself a showdown. Let's see. Carlos could go either way. He could just jam it right now, being out of position to try to get some more value in. Or he could keep his opponent's range wider and decide to just flat. Does go with the check jam. I really like that. Very, very well played by Carlos. Got a little extra value by going with the check there on the turn.
Yeah, I like it.
A lot of people, they too often just continue barreling with all their strong hands. But you want to have some check raises and some check calls with strong hands as well to not make yourself too predictable to play against. A lot of types of opponents that Zefish is going to play against, when the opponent checks there, he's just going to be able to take it down every time. Clearly not the case from Carlos checking with kings there. Very, very well played.
Yes, absolutely.
Love to see my boy Carlos taking down some pots. Liar! You did not have deuces. Yeah, get him, Carlos. Carlos wasn't born yesterday. He's a lawyer. Very successful one at that.
Female or what? Poker Pro? Poker Pro, obviously.
Female poker player, there you go.
Paolo in here with the 6-9 of diamonds. Raise the 175. Action over to JD. Kevin with the king 4 hearts. I predict Kevin calls. He does. 175 to call. Kyle's
Hit a king. Nice hand.
Carlos, 10-4 of spades. And then Kitty. Queen 9 off in the small blind, calling 150 more.
Yeah, Kitty does not want to lose the stand-up game. She's going to be calling a little bit wider in the small blind. Only one player to act behind her that could squeeze. She does flop pretty strong here, too. Only one with a club and an overcard here.
Looks like Paolo's going to c-bet
Oh,
with just a gut shot.
this is going to come down to the two stand-up game participants. She can't give up. All right, this is it.
This is it.
Whoever loses this hand is going to owe an extra, I think, $2,000 to the table. So, oh, Kitty.
Man, Kitty's got it locked up now unless she folds. I don't see that
I
happening.
don't see her folding either. I love the check, though. She's got this board completely locked down. Keep your opponent's range wide, get him to blast off, especially given this dynamic where Paolo is incentivized to barrel 3 streets based on the stand-up game. So I actually really like that check. I would just call here too and check the river on all rivers to Paolo as well.
Kim, I think the knit bounty today is either 100 to 200. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, we couldn't hear what they were saying. I think it's 200, but I could be mistaken.
Kitty with the 3 queens on the river.
Very interesting. I still like a
Does
check here.
again.
I still see Paolo blasting with his entire range here. Yeah, so Kitty plays this perfectly. Yeah, and I don't think you can raise here very often either. There it is. JD is clapping. Nice hand, Kitty. All right, let's see if we can figure out what this bounty is.
So everyone can take a button. Everyone can deposit.
Reset the button. Thanks, Paolo.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so it looks like it was a $100 bounty. So
100.
Paolo loses an extra $800 there at the table. Everybody thanks him like the gentlemen and ladies they are. So nice of Paolo to give everybody $100. What a guy. And he gave Kitty an extra 2K by blasting it off with the 9-6. Love to see it. No, but all kidding aside, Paolo is an unbelievable player, has a ton of heart. Definitely knew the situation there, that both ranges were going to be a little wider, and I definitely don't mind him barreling that one off.
Yeah, take it out. So this is why we don't want to all the time. Take it too long.
Is this the first ever Paolo tilt? Is this like
Paolo storms off. No, I'm just kidding. Paolo doesn't tell. He's also a very relaxed, very chill guy, which again is another trait which is required to be a successful poker player. You're just going to have so much pain in your life that you have to be able to just brush it off, especially when you're playing for these stakes every day.
What a time to get aces, and he's not here.
Oh, man, that's... Oh, no, that hurts my heart.
Oh, man, that is brutal.
That hurts. Who wants to go tell him?
Not me.
Yeah, I'm not going to tell him either. I should just go out and tell the whole table right now. Hey, guys, Paolo folded aces when he went to the bathroom. I've been there myself. Never look.
And Kevin here, Queen Jack close, raise it 300. And Carlos defended. Cut off 10-8 of diamonds. Carlos flopping best hand.
actually the one time that I stayed and didn't raise quick the game, I just decided I was gonna hit again. I got to see a very fun big Timmy. I got to see. I'm glad I stayed.
I love Kyle.
Best celebration ever.
Didn't like your bit there before.
You know what? We're gonna make a.
And guys, this is the great thing about Dallas Poker. When you go to Vegas, you play 25-50. Everybody is in their hoodies. They got their headphones on. Nobody's saying a word. Here it's the exact opposite. Everybody's joking around, having fun at the table. If you want to be invited to these big games, you got to be fun for the game and give back a little bit and not just be a robot.
That's the way poker should be in
Exactly.
all games.
And don't be fooled. A lot of these guys, they're playing like professional robots, but they don't act like it at the table, and they know how to create a fun environment. Kimmy's got 0 points. Unlucky for her that we don't know what we're doing, and we don't want to crash the stream by trying to give you points.
We need Texas
But
Oprah to come in and
I'm
give
guessing
more points
Eddie will
away.
come back in eventually and drop a point bomb on everyone. So you just got to stay with us, Kimmy, for the rest of the night, and hopefully we'll get you some points to gamble with. Or better yet, if you need some gambling, come down and join us here at the Poker House and put in some 3-bets.
There you go.
I've never seen Kyle so good. The dealer was speaking to him, and he would just completely ignore it. Did not respond to the dealer for 3 hours. And JD would just have to, JD and I would just have to talk more. No, he's going to post. He's going to wait. Yeah.
Sharing tilt stories. Love to hear it.
And it looks like Pokernomics under the gun. 10-7 of diamonds folding. JD, sure he's coming in with a raise. He does. King, queen off. Kevin, he's not going anywhere. The king jack off. Kyle Z, king deuce off. He gives it up. I think Kevin put in 3-bet. He did 700 to JD's under the gun raise. Zefish. 2 10s on the button.
Similar spot to what Kitty was in before. He does decide to flat, which again is fine, especially on the button. Usually you're going to go 4-bet or fold there, but I don't mind a flat with the hand as strong as 10s either. There's plenty of play left. If they're shorter, then I don't like a flat as much, but with this much play, you can definitely still have almost a 4-1 SPR.
And Kevin, just going to barrel here with the 4 deuce 5 spade, 2 spade board, 1200 into Zefish. I assume he's not going anywhere.
A very large C-bet sizing again here for a 3-bet pot.
Does call the 12.
Trying to clear out all the ace-high equities, getting hands better than him to fold.
Turns a 4, and Kevin is going to barrel another 2,000 here on the turn.
I think on the board pair, I don't see Zefish folding any hands that he'd be calling with on the flop. He's going to have a lot of pairs, middling pairs, based on this line, and I don't expect him to go everywhere, to go anywhere. So I'd be a little cautious if I were Kevin, barreling specifically on that middling board pair.
If Zefish thinks his hand's good on the flop, he's probably going to think it's good on the turn.
Very large sizing though throughout, and he is setting up a all-in on the river. So he's got to figure out kind of not only how he wants to treat this street, but how do you treat the rivers when a jack, queen, king, ace comes. So I don't mind just ripping it in, but I like a call better because you want to keep your opponent's bluffs in. And your opponent is going to have a lot of hands like aces and kings. And he just rips it in.
Does he shovel it? No, it's just another 2,000.
Well, it's an effect. Oh, it's just 2,000?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he can.
Zefish probably going to cry.
Perhaps a little bit of a tell there, just snap betting. Honestly, though, a lot of times that's just going to be a lot of strength. So I don't admire this position Zefish is in. You can see he's struggling with the decision. But you just can't fold getting that price. Yeah, you can see he did expect to be shown kings a lot of the time or a big overpair. But being laid, 5-1 there, you don't have to be very good very often to make that call. JD giving a little bit of needles as he does.
Carlo, the chat pro here in the chat.
Let's see what our cumulative winnings are right now.
Cashman up 11,375. JD up 55 and a quarter. Zefish 48 and a quarter. Kitty's up 2,900. Carlos, good to see he's winning today, 25.50. Paolo's down 1,900. Kyle 6K. Pokernomics down 84.75. And Kevin down 10.8.
Yeah, you got to feel for Kevin. He had that really tough hand, kings versus queens against JD earlier. And based on the run out, you can't really blame him for losing a large pot there. And he hasn't really been able to get much going since then. Let's see if he can turn it around here with the suited king. Do they have the straddle on right now? $100 straddle?
That's a good question.
Or is he just opening it up?
Kevin's been raising kind of big, so it's very possible. And he does raise it to 300, and it looks like Cashman just calls from the button. Paolo with Queen 10 of hearts. Looks like a call as well.
Yeah, it does not look like there's a straddle, so he's just going for the larger size, wants to win some big pots here. See if we can get some clubs, get a cooler for old Cashman. Oh!
Well, we do get some clubs, and we get
Open-ended straight
Cashman with the
flush
open-ended
draw.
straight flush draw. Paolo with the 10. Kevin here with the king high flush draw, and he's going to take a barrel at it.
Yeah, you know Kevin's going to be, he was a pre-flop raiser. He's stuck. He is not going to go anywhere, so.
And he bets 500, and Cashman calling the 500. I don't blame him. Paolo right out the way. See what happens on the turn. Queen of clubs would be an absolute derelict. And Kevin, 500.
Going with another quick bet here. Same size as the flop. Trying to give himself a good price. I think I wouldn't be surprised if Cashman saw through this and went for a raise, although I don't know if Kevin's in the mood to fold right now. I do like just a call here. You have so much equity, you don't want to open up the action again for Kevin to deny that equity.
Oh my gosh, the Queen of clubs, like I said.
Oh, poor Kevin.
Would have been a disaster.
Oh my gosh, what a dream for Cashman. He is going to get all the money right now. Kevin's got to think he's got the nuts. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Poor Kevin.
And Kevin just gets bamboozled on the river.
Yeah, Kevin's going to bet here, and Cashman's going to go all in, and Kevin is going to snap him off. He's going for the check raise instead.
It's going to be a massive pot here.
Kevin thinks he's being sneaky, but he is not going to be happy. Straight flush for our man Cashman here. That's what it's like to be a 20-year-old pro, or 19, whatever he is. You just make aces, straight flush. Trying to figure out what sizing to go. He's got about a 2x pot size stack left. So I like a 2/3 pot bet. Allows your opponent a perfect re-raise all-in size. I actually really like that sizing here by Cashman.
And he shoves.
Oh my
Kevin
gosh.
does shove.
Oh! Cashman realizes how lucky he is. And another 16K pot for Cashman. He is sitting on 30,000 now. Up almost $20,000. The kid, Cashman. JD with the Yeah, any other club other than the 7 and Queen, and same result, but Cashman is on the losing end. Looks like Kevin might be calling it a night. You can't really blame him. Really, at least 2 ref coolers there for him. Thanks for joining us, Kevin, tonight. Really nice watching you play. Better luck next time.
Yeah, Kevin. Hopefully the luck changes on the next session. Better luck. Thank you for playing today.
All right, Gator, you going to get in there or what? Show them how it's done?
These guys might make some Gator boots out of me today, so I'm just going to hang out here in the chat.
Hey, I don't blame you. Yeah, these are some tough cookies.
Seat open for Danny Marks, though.
I don't know about that. I was afraid of being in the booth, but compared to being on this game, whew. See, Cashman doesn't really know what to say. I think it's best to not say too much in these situations and just kind of keep your head down and be embarrassed for yourself.
And it looks like Pokernomics here with a couple of 4s coming in. Calling the $150 more from Paolo, raising it to 175. King 6 of diamonds. JD in the mix. Ace 7 of clubs. We're going through as a flop. 9 1/4 in the middle. Hand 48.
hope that your hands hold. You're not going to draw on me. It's just not.
And we have a flop of 9-7 deuce rainbow. And JD flopping the best of it. Pokernomics checks. JD checks. Paolo betting with just king high. He has backdoor draws though. Backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw, and king high. JD calling the ace-7 of clubs.
I don't think it's looking good for Lord. I heard a lot about that. Yeah, they need to just say, okay, it's a wash. It's a wash.
And JD picking up good flush draw on the turn with his pair of sevens. The nut flush draw. Paolo, though, picking up top pair, bets 550. JD just with the call, 25 1/4 in the middle. And the 4 of hearts on the river. Paolo with the best hand. JD going to check it over to Paolo. Paolo here. Top pair. See if he goes for a bet, and he is going for about 1,400. JD, what's he going to do here? Pair of sevens, missed flush draw. And JD does make the call. 1,400. And Paolo with the best of it. $2,900 going Paolo's way.
All right, thanks for joining us on this Thursday night for $25.50 with a $50 big blind ante at Poker House in Dallas. We got some of Dallas's best players and biggest players here. A lot of action already. Cashman is our big winner, up about 20K so far. Interesting spot here. Both players have very middling showdown heavy hands that both can get a little bit of value. I do like Paolo's check on the flop. Oh, hits the full house here on the river. I like Kyle trying to get to showdown here. You're going to beat a lot of Paolo's value hands and his bluffs. I think he's probably going to call another bet here. He does block the nut straight here. Yeah, I can't blame Kyle there. Just a really unlucky run out. Sounds like we got another player on the way. Oh, Dong is going to come. And Kitty's going to be in for a rude awakening.
Is it gonna be JD again?
Yes.
I'm sick
Wait,
of it.
if you win, I'm gonna quit this game.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, me too.
All right, looks like they're doing another flip here. Let's go ahead and bring up
Yeah, I wait.
V Pips and listen to them talk a little.
Wins actually loses and has to pay everybody. So instead of the winner getting 100, the winner has to pay out.
Yeah, I understand how it works. Thank you. Anybody need anything from the bar or anything?
You're right about that.
Yeah, I know.
Very good. Good read.
Are we gonna play the stand-up game again, or?
Yeah, after this one.
I hope I win again. I hope you guys are just like this.
I'll be on full tilt.
Hey, I only see 2 cards. I wanna get 50 refunds.
You're not going to. I'm not going either.
Get me out of here.
You're so why are you so confident?
All in. All in. That I just won.
So we had
See it, big boy. There you go.
Alright, boys. This one and this one.
Ooh, let's put
P cards. P cards.
Oh my god.
I got a 10 of spades too.
oh, baby.
9.
Alright.
There we go.
You did. Check this out.
You don't have
Check
it.
this out.
Put it in. Put it in.
Looks like Paolo's got. Oh, somebody could have a boat here.
There we go.
Yep. Pokernomics with top full house, taking down the flip.
That was sick. Papa straight flush.
Always nice to win one of these after you've been running pretty bad. He had that tough cooler against Cashman earlier. Ace King into aces. We're about at the halfway point now through our high stakes Thursday game.
but if they don't come, they cannot join again. You know that. Because we are in the point.
We should probably win. It might only be like
We should wait.
All right, looks like Pokernomics picked up that one on the flip. Jack's full.
Yeah, after Paolo flopped the nut flush too. And Paolo makes a boat on the river and he's still no good.
Wow. Halfway here through the stream. 71 viewers in the chat. Thanks for coming out and watching tonight here at Poker House Dallas. Danny Marx in the booth. Paul Tassone in the booth here, a.k.a. Gator. We are happy to be here. Happy to have you. Please like and subscribe here on the Poker House Dallas. Best way to support the chat and stream.
Thanks for hanging out with us tonight, everybody. Let us know, is there anything you want to hear? Is there anything, any ideas you can bring to the stream, to the booth? We'd love to hear it, guys. We want to hear your, what you want to see, what you want to hear. I just want to hear Gator's smooth voice, personally. Oh, and that laugh. Booyah.
I appreciate it. Looks like a couple of big hands here. Pokernomics in the cutoff. 2 queens, raising to 200. JD.
Ooh.
Ace King of clubs on the button. 3-bet to 600. Pokernomics. Just a call. 1675 in the middle. And big flop for JD.
Wow.
2 overs and a nut flush draw. Pokernomics with the overpair.
Yeah, JD's definitely going to see bet here for a small sizing. Going to have a lot of options on turns and rivers.
Let's see what Pokernomics does.
I think Pokernomics should continue with a call most of the time here. Again, I do like his decision to just flat out of position there. You have a very strong hand.
Oh, wow. And the 3 of hearts on the turn makes Pokernomics a full house.
Yeah, he's going to have one of the strongest hands here he can have. I like trying to give JD a little bit of rope. I wouldn't be surprised if JD does check here. I think he can go either way. He is also going to have the best hand some of the time. But I think Pokernomics is going to have a lot of middling pairs, which are now boats. So drawing to his full house,
wow.
which he does hit.
King of hearts, JD making the best of it. Pokernomics.
And so I think JD should actually be going for a raise here. And Pokernomics is just running into it. I like a small raise, trying to get all those middling boats to call.
And I think a raise is definitely coming in. Bet 650.
Yeah, based on the action, Pokernomics is never going to really have a 3. He's never really going to have aces or kings. So JD has the effective nuts right here, and I really like that raise. Yeah, really well played, JD, and also really well played, Pokernomics. Just a tough run out.
Another tough run out here.
Yeah, I think that's a mistake a lot of you'll see a lot of players make, where they just call there with the king, but you got to think about, based on the action so far, what type of hands is your opponent going to have, and none of those beat a king there. So I like a raise for value.
Absolutely.
This commentary gig is hard. I don't know how you
it's not
how the people do it for 4 hours.
It's not real easy. I'm can
exhausted.
only imagine some of the people doing it for 8 hours.
Yeah, my brain is broken. Thanks for taking it easy with us and hanging out with us all here on this Thursday night.
I appreciate everyone being here. Thanks for the support on the channel and the live stream. And let's see, here's Zefish starting off the action under the gun. Can't really see anything going on right now. Cards aren't exactly picking up. Here we go. Cashman, 10-9 of diamonds. Under the gun, +1. He's going to raise it 150.
Beautiful hand. Plays very well.
JD with the 8-6 off, folding on the cutoff. Kyle Z, 6 deuce off. Carlos. Couple of broadways, queen 10 off, getting in the mix in small blind. He's going to defend.
Gets a little bit of a discount there in the small blind. Kitty with an easy hand to defend with.
Yep, in the big blind. 7-6 of spades.
Can also choose to 3-bet a lot of times. 7-6 is a good hand to 3-bet for board coverage. You don't want to always have big cards when you're squeezing, and 7-6 is a really good one to mix in there.
King 4 jack on the flop. Carlos flopping an open ender to the nuts. Cashman flopping the gutter ball and the backdoor diamonds. Missed Kitty completely.
Yeah, you want to be able to, so if you're 3-betting and the board comes, 6, 7, 8, you want to be able to connect with that board occasionally. And if you're only squeezing with hands like ace, king, and aces, you're just never going to have much.
Oh, wow. And Carlos picking up the nuts here on the turn. And is Kitty just going to double barrel?
Looks like that's actually the river. I think there's a misread. I think it went check on the turn. I think it was a 5 on the turn and a 9 on the river. So,
well, it looks like bet on the turn.
Yeah. Either way, though, Carlos does have the nuts.
I see the 5 of clubs here on the turn, so I guess it's a bet call. River's a 9 of spades.
Carlos is dangerous with these check raises. Unfortunately, Kitty doesn't have anything, so she will be folding. But let's see what size he goes for.
So check on the turn, and the river's a 9 of spades.
Yeah.
Okay. Carlos raising the 2,500. Kitty obviously has to let go of hand.
Carlos has had some nice, two nice little check raises here. Very well played.
Carlos being tough as nails tonight.
Yeah, and both times he probably would not have made nearly as much money if he had been the one betting himself.
Carlos is switching it up a little bit today.
Yeah, again, it's great to see his progression. His sizing has gotten a lot better as well. Very smart individual and clearly picking up the game. That'll happen when you play with JD and Kyle every day. Man, they must be talking about me again.
Young, good-looking, and good poker player?
Yeah.
You only qualify as 2, though.
Yeah, I'm actually probably only good-looking. I'm not a very good poker player, and I'm not very young, but I'll take it. It's okay. Thanks, Carlos.
It looks like Paolo, Jack 8 of hearts. Raised 175. Pokernomics, 6-5 off. And he's going to let it go JD. Kyle Z in the mix. Pocket 4s. Carlos, king, queen off. He's going to be in there. Call 175. Zefish with the king 7 off. Looks like he's calling the 100 1/4. 8-6 deuce, all spades. Monotone flop. Paolo with the best of it.
No one with a spade here. So I'm guessing Paolo's aggression is going to take it down. Does flop top pair, needs a little bit of protection against spades and overcards. I do like his bet here. And it looks like they are playing the stand-up game again, or the Nick game.
Mm-hmm.
So he does get to quote-unquote sit down.
Katie in the box. Great dealer. She has the Katie's game on Wednesday at the down here at the Poker House. $100 tournament. It's been a really nice payout for first lately. I think it was $6,700 on Wednesday.
Absolutely insane for a $100 buy-in. What about you all in the chat? Do you prefer tournaments or cash game poker?
And it looks like Kyle Z here, the ace-10. Put in the raise, 250. Carlos, the ace-6 of spades. Heads up. Oof. Wow, just going to flop the nuts.
And I do think Kyle's going to see bet here quite often, again, for a small sizing.
Kyle?
And I'm curious to see
dead.
Carlos's procedure here on whether or not he chooses to raise right away, and if so, what sizing. I think either option is fine. If you do raise, you don't need to make it very big.
Turns to 7 of diamonds. Kyle now drawing dead.
It's actually a good card for Kyle's hand to continue barreling. He blocks the straight, and he's got the 10 of spades. And let's see if Carlos now chooses to raise or continues with a call. Kyle is showing a bit of strength. I wouldn't mind a raise, but I think I prefer a call. Keep all of his bluffs in there. And it's always nice when you flop and have the nuts still on the river.
Mm-hmm. Board doesn't pair, runs out real safe for Carlos.
So if Kyle's going to go for another bet, he's going to have to go pretty large. And he does go with about a half-size bet. And now definitely going to see a raise here.
Yep. Kyle with $1,300 bet. Carlos thinking, how much is he going to raise it to?
Trying to probably get Jack X to fold, better Ace X of spades, although I don't see them being too many of those. A lot of pairs that would hang on for one or two streets that could fold to the third barrel. So I actually like Kyle's bluff with that specific hand, but obviously the jig is up, and another nuts for Carlos. This game's easy, huh?
Really easy if you're Carlos tonight. That's for sure. Let's see how Carlos is doing.
Yeah, let's bring up the total win percentage or stats.
Okay, Cashman up 19,175. Carlos, $6,800 winner. JD up 64.50. Zefish 41.75. Paolo 27.75. Kitty up 9 1/4.
Yeah, Pokernomics has had a rough night. A few coolers over there.
Yep, Kyle Z and Pokernomics down 10,150. Kyle and Pokernomics down 11,650. And Kitty here. Ace 8 of diamonds, raising it to 200. Cashman. Queen 9. Zefish with the 10-6. It's calling the 200. Looks like we're going to the flop of Jack 10-9. Kitty. Flopping an open ender. Zefish with pair 10s. Kitty's open-ender didn't get there.
Yeah, very connected board. Not going to see bet quite as often, but when you do, you're going to go for a larger sizing. Kitty goes with the delayed c-bet, and river's an ace. Trying to get the showdown, and does.
Nice small pot.
And she gets the knit button. Let's see who's left. Looks like Paolo might still be left again. Come on, Mark. You got to work on your rolls. At least you're getting your run bat out of your way in the chat instead of on the table.
Yeah,
there
Mark.
are worse places to run bad. I
That's
promise
true.
you.
That is true.
Yeah, I try to use up all my bad luck on my rolls as well. It's a good strategy, Mark. Smart.
JD, 2 kings.
Again with the kings for JD. The king with kings.
Mm-hmm. And Zefish with the jack 7, calling 150. Cashman on the button. Folding the queen jack.
Ooh, Paolo.
Paolo with the 8.
Strong hand. Luckily, he only calls for his sake.
Calling the 125.
One nice thing about just flatting with hands like ace-queen is when you do 3-bet and squeeze, you're going to get a lot of the worst ace-x's to fold. So you want to occasionally have flats in there because when you do hit the ace, now you're actually going to be dominating a lot of your opponent's range and you can get a lot more value.
Mm-hmm.
And so let's see how much he can win off this pot.
Well, Danny, guess what happened here? Looks like a bullet killed his Kennedys.
Ooh. Yeah, I don't think you can go away for 1 bet, but it is 4-way. So I think, oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. Never mind. They got revived on the turn.
Paolo's probably going to lose a decent pot here. I don't see him being able to fold.
JD just turning the stone nuts with a set of kings. And Paolo, he's going to lead out for 800. And we know JD's going to raise here. Question is, what do you think he's going to make it? Maybe about 2,200?
If the turn really went check through, he can definitely make it a larger sizing here. It's not going to make too much sense. He'll be, having a lot of missed straight and flush draws. I just don't see what kind of better hands he's going to have. So it's going to look very interesting when he does raise.
And here it comes. Let's see what he does.
And I honestly,
2,400.
I don't see how Paolo can give this up. Let's see if he can sniff it out.
1,600 more to Paolo.
This is one of the strongest hands Paolo's going to have in the spot other than sets. But at the same time, this is probably an under-bluff line in general, although if anyone's going to have the correct amount of bluffs, it will be JD. He does unblock spades. I just don't see what hands JD is checking on the turn, and then he's not going to have as many value hands checking on the turn and then raising the river for value. But yeah, I don't see how Paolo can fold. He's just too strong.
Like he does make the call, and JD shows him the bad news. What a turn card.
For those of you just joining us, welcome to Poker House Live, $25.50 with a $50 big blind ante with Dallas's highest stake players and Kitty Kuo from out of town, from joining us all the way from Las Vegas.
Yeah, what a pleasure to be here with her in the game, mixing it up, making the game good. The game is a big one today, some big pots.
Yeah, we've had $18,000 pot and a $16,000 pot so far. Let's see if we can get over the 20 mark.
Looks like 100's on, unless no, that's just change.
Nope, the
Oh, no,
100
the
is
100
on.
is
Yeah,
on.
so we're going to have some straddles here. You know, as players get stuck and we start playing a little bit bigger, anything is bound to happen with these players. No one at this table is afraid to put money into the pot, I'll tell you that much.
That is true. JD with the pocket threes.
Perfect hand to defend with. Try to flop a set.
Kyle Z.
Oh, it looks like he's
6-4
against the
spades.
straddle, actually.
Yes. So we're going heads up. JD and Kyle.
Or we need a 3-5-7.
9-9 Jack 2 diamonds. JD probably just going to be a bet and a fold here.
JD is very aggressive, blind versus blind. Yeah, JD, I picked that up on you. Don't think I haven't. Kitty with a little bit of jet lag there. Waiting for some hands.
Kitty with the 10-8 of spades. Coming in for a raise. 150 Zefish. King 10 of diamonds. 150 to call. 3-bet. 500 Cashman. King queen off. Going to get out the way. Kyle with the 4 deuce.
Yeah, I really like 3-betting these suited connected hands, especially the Broadway ones in position. Trying to get it heads up with very playable hands that have a lot of barrel opportunities. Barrel-tunities, if you will.
Barrel-tunities. I think Danny should write a poker book. He's coming up with some new terms.
Yeah. It's all of my imagination. I wrote a chapter on how to flop sets. It's one of my most popular chapters.
Oh, really? And how many sets did you flop in that chapter?
Like 6 or 7. I charge a lot of money, though, to read that chapter, so
I'd pay a lot to flop that many sets.
you guys can write me a check, and I'll teach you how to flop a set.
Royalties to Danny for flopping sets. Kitty, 2 queens. Let's see if we can play an interesting one. Raising 150. Pokernomics getting in the mix. 7-6 offsuit. JD, queen 7 of diamonds. Kyle Z, the old jack 5. He's going to get out of there. Carlos with the old queen 8. Where I come from, we call that the Delmer.
Already in the big blind, has a discount.
3-7 rainbow.
All right. And again, Pokernomics flopping a strong but second best hand seems to be his story tonight. Let's see how much Kitty can extract here. Very dry board.
Looks
completely,
like a raise.
Oh, wow. Yeah, trying to protect some of his equity against overcards. Probably want to choose hands that have a high card involved, like Ace-7 as well. So when you are behind hands like queens, you have more opportunities to draw out.
And check on the turn. River's the king of diamonds. Kitty has the best of it.
Trying to get to showdown here, and she does.
And it goes check.
And so that's actually one of the nice things about raising, like Pokernomics did, is he's representing a pretty strong hand and is able to get showdown a little bit cheaper.
Mm-hmm.
And if he does hit 2 pair or trips, you know, he can always put more money in the pot. Nice hand, Kitty. What do we think, Chad? Are we going to get a 20K pot here by the end of the night?
We still have plenty of stream to get it done. There was almost a 20K pot. Queen 8's called Delmer. There's a gentleman named Delmer that we used to play with, and that was his favorite hand was Queen 8, so we called it Delmer. Where I come from, they call it Delmer. I don't know what it's called outside of that. Carlos, Ace Queen, Paolo with the 2 9s.
Seeing another call with the Ace-Queen here from the small blind. Again, I actually really like this play. You want to have some strong flats as well. A lot of people say 3-bet or fold, but you got to keep in mind that this is a rake-free game with very deep stacks. So you're not as incentivized to try to take it down pre-flop. the same overall guiding principles apply, but you can definitely call with some hands like this to keep in your opponent's dominated range, like ace-10 and ace-jack.
Looks like check 150 and Carlos is down.
Yeah, I don't mind floating one there. He doesn't have any diamonds, though, so he's not going to have as many good runouts, but a fold is fine as well. Cashman's laughing it up. Easy to do when you're up 19,000. Dressed up a cheap car, I guess, in this market.
Right. Car market's pretty tough right now. Pokernomics with the 2 7s.
Let's see if he can turn his night around here. Let's get our mana set. Show him how to... we should show him the chapter in my book.
Got to pay a lot of money for that chapter.
Yeah. Maybe I'll... Nope, not going to let him in on the secret.
Zefish flopping the best of it. King 4 of spades. And it goes check, check. Turns the ace. Zefish checking again. Pokernomics probably going to take a stab here. And he does.
Yep, Pokernomics is going to have a lot of ace-x hands when he does check back the board. He represents the stronger range as the pre-flop raiser. So I do like a delayed c-bet here. But Zefish is a little too strong just to give it up to 1 bet.
And the river's a 9 of hearts. Zefish checks Pokernomics, giving up on it.
Curious to see if he would have called another barrel. Definitely would have been a tough spot. You know, it's hard when your night is not going well. You keep running into strong hands to, you know, find the courage to keep blasting away, even when you think it's the right play, if nothing is going right. Poker is a very mentally challenging game, and being able to wade through all the noise and just continue playing good poker, whether you're winning or losing, is a very difficult skill to master. And it looks like the 100 is on for at least a round, so let's see if we can get some big pots going.
Yeah, let's see if we can get something going here. Pokernomics with the queen jack off. Under the gun, +1. He's going to call the 100. Let's see. Kitty, 2 5s. She's in the mix. Call the 100. Cashman, Paolo's going to fold. Or, I'm sorry. He checked. He was on the straddle. King 10, 6 rainbow. Pokernomics flopping the open ender. Paolo with the backdoor draw. Pokernomics going to lead out for 300. Kitty with 2 5s. Give up. Paolo folds and Pokernomics picks up 625.
Oh, we got Kyle against Cashman. Kyle's running really bad tonight for the last person in the stand-up game.
Ooh.
It's a horrible feeling when you're already running bad and then you lose the stand-up game. Got to pay out an extra 1,000 to the table.
Absolutely.
All right, Cashman's being called out. Let's see if he can win a hand before Kyle.
Zefish. There we go. Zefish calling the 150 with Jack 9. Paolo, 100 to call, 6-4 spades. JD. Oh, sorry. Paolo with a 3-bet to 850. JD folding the ace, 2 of hearts. Zefish says Jack 9 is going to give it up. Poker Monkey in the chat.
Hey, Poker Monkey, how's it going? Aren't you on the cruise right now? Or how was the cruise? How is the cruise? How's your life?
Carlos, ace king of spades. Ooh. Now we have a hand. And Kitty right behind him with the ace jack off, calling 2 1/4.
You know, an ace jack actually has similar properties to ace queen where you can, it's not terrible to flat sometimes for the same reason where you can keep in dominated aces. You definitely have to be careful with, though. It's a hand that looks a little bit better than it is. So I don't mind just flatting here. Completely misses both of them. Let's see who has more aggression. Love to see it, Carlos. And with no hearts, I see Kitty just folding here. Yep.
Yep. Carlos 350. C-bet and takes it down.
Really enjoying watching Carlos play tonight and really teach these pros who's boss.
That's right. And I think Carlos might be playing Saturday as well.
I hope so.
So the straddle is 100, even though the big blind is basically 100?
Yeah. Really, this ante is like, you don't count that.
Zefish raising 150 with Jack 10. Cashman, the 8-4 hearts, he's calling.
Yeah, Cashman's going to try to get a little more involved now that it's down to heads up for the stand-up game. 8-4, easy hand to play. Can just kind of see a flop and play it from there.
All right, let's see here.
Would have liked to see him come in for a 3-bet, but we'll see if he can make something happen here. He's going to float in position against the wide range of Zefish.
Zefish turning a gutter.
Cashman's going to love turning this one over. Although on that card specifically, I think Zefish is going to keep barreling. He does have the stronger range. He's got more ace-x hands, and Cashman's just going to have to give it up.
Yeah, not much he can do there.
Yeah, I really like his choice to double barrel on that turn card. Gonna have a lot more ace-x. Looks like we got a $2,000 straddle. No, I'm just kidding. Just making change.
What's the biggest straddle you ever seen before?
So in the game I've been in, it was either a Wednesday or Tuesday game at the other card house. It was straddled all the way around. I think the big one was 1,600. So it was 2, 4, 6, 8, 1,600. And of course, both times I've seen that, there was an all-in. It was like 35K pot.
Wow.
I think JD won one of them.
And Paolo here in the cutoff with 2 aces.
What about yourself?
$4,000 dead straddle under the gun.
Nice.
In a 1-2 no limit.
I've probably seen some like dead jams like that as well, but as far as like normal straddles go, that one was pretty obnoxious.
I used to play with a guy in 5'10" that would make a 2,000 under the gun straddle every time. Dead. Yeah. Didn't matter.
I've played with people that'll like open blind every hand to 52, and those are always fun games.
And ooh. JD 3-betting into a brick wall.
Wrong time. Now these players are very deep. While JD's main play here is going to be fold, he is going to have some 5-bets here. He's out of position. He's definitely going to spin the wheel, and if it rolls a 1, he might come back over the top here. Although I think the standard play is definitely going to be fold most of the time.
JD giving it up.
Probably waiting for that ace-5 of clubs instead.
Wisely folding there in the Paolo's 2 aces.
ace king suited, right? He sees that. And he's like, whoa, Jake, you just want to chop. You know, we both have the same exact hand, ace king suited. You just want to chop, right? And I was just like, I looked down and said, no, IG, we're running it. We're flipping. We're flipping. Snap loose. He just swaps the nuts. No, he did. Not me. I made him lose. Like, he's like tight, you know, when he don't want to flip, he's like, let's just chop it. Like, we're running that.
JD wants blood. He's running it.
All right, back into the mix here. Paolo with the ace jack off, and he's just going to go ahead and raise and take it.
A regular $192 shell. That's a very specific size, Mark.
It is. 84 viewers in the chat.
Any seats open?
Zefish, 9-2 of clubs.
Looks like we got just over an hour left in our Thursday night high stakes stream. $25.50 with a $50 big blind ante, with occasional $100 straddles. Kyle is very card dead tonight, trying to make something happen. Oh my gosh. And Cashman takes it down. Kyle has to pay the bounty to the table. Poor Kyle. That's saying how Cashman's running good. Can't lose. JD is trying to make Kyle pay a bounty to the empty seat. Very Kyle, or very JD thing to say. Yeah, maybe I'll go take that seat now that it's got a free $100 on it.
It's free 100. Should take it.
You ever play any tournaments, Gator?
Yes, but I think I'm going to get back into tournaments. I just played the main event once back in 2013. I haven't played too many tournaments. I did okay when I did play them, but I never played any really big ones except for the main event once, which I bought straight into.
Ooh, aces
JD
again.
with 2 aces. Ace has been going around today.
JD's had kings twice, won 2 big pots with them, and now he has aces.
And then Zefish.
Everyone for it.
And nobody picks up a hand to try to contest with aces.
A little bit of card dead action the past half hour or so. Let's see if we can get some more coolers here, some action to end the night.
I'd like to get back into playing a couple tournaments. Might try down there at the WPT at Choctaw when that comes back in. Or is it WPT or World Series?
It's a WPT this time. Choctaw is always a great venue. The WPT, I believe, is coming in May. It's a $3,800 buy-in.
Okay.
Should be over $500,000 for first. Really good turnout. Great venue. I'm looking forward to it myself. That's going to be my last tournament before the World Series of Poker is the WPT at Choctaw.
Okay.
What about you guys in the chat? Any tournament series you get excited for? Any plans for the World Series of Poker this summer, a.k.a. Poker Summer Camp?
And Carlos with the 2 queens.
Oof, everybody's getting big
Kyle's
pairs.
he raising the 250. The king 6 of spades and the big blind. Or I'm sorry, the hijack. They read it as a big blind. And now Carlos 3-betting 550. How's he making a call?
Yep, getting a good price to continue here with a strong hand. Could even occasionally mix in a few 4-bets.
Ace, deuce, 4, 1 spade. Let's see what Carlos is going to do here. Kyle checks, Carlos bets, and that's the end of that.
Everything's just going smooth for Carlos tonight.
Have you seen how Zefish plays course? He hates money, buddy. That's very true, man. These flushes are good and shit. Like, the flush good.
I could have hit a straight flush.
Yeah. See, that's what you
But I
need.
only
You
got
need straight flush.
What time we finish? 10.
9:40.
I want to go like 9. We started a little bit late, so we'll be right back. Maybe
Kitty's already making dinner plans.
We started late.
Kitty, let me know if there's a seat open. I'll go to dinner with you.
GD, raise 150 to ace 9. Paolo with the queen 10 of clubs. Looks like he's going to raise it.
Yep, always good to put in some squeezes with the suited Broadway hands. Very playable. Very good clarity on a lot of flops and runouts.
I'm gonna leave it 9:30. You guys want to play now? Because if we start 9 o'clock, I'm probably not finished this weekend.
That's alright.
You don't want to play now?
I'll play if you stay till the end. Just one stream in Dallas, stay to the end.
Gator Kyle.
To be fair, Kitty, I think Brian, I don't know if this doesn't even be an hour, but I don't know how long it's been.
Looks like Carlos 175 with the king 10 of hearts. Kitty 2 4s. Pokernomics, ace 6 of hearts. This could be bad for Carlos if it comes off hearts.
But you order food you cannot eat here.
Queen, queen, deuce. Nobody hitting any of it. Kitty with the best hand. And it looks like Kitty's going to bet 200 and fold.
I was like, oh, you didn't like it. Oh, I put you on the expensive places, and then you're just like, playing. It's costing you money. That's a miss.
Wait, if the second card is a misdeal, that's 2 cards. That's 2 cards.
You missed deal on that hand.
Getting my little protein booster for a little energy pick me up here to finish off the night.
Great, 89 viewers in the chat. If you're new here, please like and subscribe. Thanks for tuning in here at Poker House Dallas Live. I got Danny Marx here, and I am Paul Tassone, a.k.a. the Gator. We have about an hour left in the stream on tonight's 25-50 big blind Andy game. $5,000 min, no max game. Playing pretty big tonight. Kitty in here. Under the gun +2, 9-7 of diamonds. Call that the West Virginia Big Slick. That's where I'm from, West Virginia. 9-7 of diamonds, raised 150. Zefish calling 150. And Cashman with a real hand. Ace queen off. 3-betting the 600.
This time Cashman chooses a 3-bet. There's a flatter in between. He's got a little more incentive, more dead money to try to get out of the pot. Try to play it heads up.
Opus 1?
Now he's got his man dominated in position, heads up.
Cashman flopping the best of it. 18 1/4 in the skillet.
This is one of the problems with just with continuing hands like Zefish's out of position. They don't play great, and then when you do flop an ace, you're often going to flop second best. And I think Cashman's going to try to go for 2 total streets of value here. So I think he's going to bet again here on the river.
Zefish checking.
The jack is a bit of a scare card. There is going to be a lot of 2 pairs in Zefish's range. A lot of sets, straights. But I think based on 3 checks from Zefish, he should go for another street of value here.
And
Nice
Cashman
sizing.
does.
It's actually not a super easy spot for Zefish. There's gonna be there's gonna be a lot of strong hands in Cashman's range as well. 3 Broadway cards out there. Cashman can also bet a little more comfortably knowing he does block the straight. He's not going to get check raised as often. You want to think about what your other cards are doing in terms of interacting with the board, interacting with your opponent's range, when deciding when and how often to bet.
And it looks like he does get the call on the river for 1,400.
Continuing to run over the table, I believe Cashman might be over 20,000 winner now. Let's bring up the winning totals. I think it's just going to come after the hand.
Looks like Cashman's up 21,000, 2 1/4. JD 8,775. Carlos 7,100. Paolo up 28 1/4. Kitty's up 2,400. Zefish up 2,250. Kyle Z down 11,900. And Pokernomics down 14,175.
Cashman is up as much as the rest of the table is combined, or the rest of the table's winners are combined. A lot of big hands for him tonight.
Carlos picking up a big hand now. Ace King of Diamonds. Under the gun. Raising it 2 1/4. Zefish. 3-bet 450. Wrong time to 3-bet. Carlos with the Ace King of Diamonds.
Yeah, Zefish has had a rough night. Can't really get anything going. Usually you see him open up his range a little bit, and this is not the right time to do it, as Carlos did wake up with a monster. Let's see how Carlos chooses to proceed. I think old Carlos would always flat here and still mostly flat. I'd like to see Carlos continue.
Carlos has the back doors. He has the backdoor diamonds. He also has the wheel draw. He also has the best hand.
Yeah, that's the other thing. He's just going to have the best hand a lot there.
Jack of clubs on the turn changes things now. Zefish picks up top pair, making the best hand.
Kitty's trying to get Cashman in a cash game in Vegas, and he's like, I'm not even 21. Good fold from Carlos. Continues when he's ahead, folds when he's behind. I think on the jack, you can. It's now going to hit a large percentage of your opponent's range. He's also going to have a lot of pairs. I don't mind giving it up. You can continue on a lot of diamonds, aces, kings. Obviously 5.
Well, Derek, thanks for tuning into this stream. I appreciate that. And now, Zefish raised to 150, the king jack off, +1. Kyle's seen the small blind. Carlos, 10-5 of diamonds. It's going to be a raise and take it for Zefish.
And Derek, my grandmother actually does have a stream, so feel free to check that out.
Is she part of the book?
Grandma has her own chapter, yep.
Wow.
Yeah. She's a much better player than I am. Derek, you're invited to play with my grandmother if you'd like. 200, 400.
Does she bake any cookies or anything?
Of course. Come on. What is this?
Man, I got to go to that game.
Actually,
Only
when
for
I'm
the
saying
cookies.
200, 400, I'm referring to cookies as the denomination.
Well, thanks, Derek. I appreciate that. All right, Cashman in here, raised 150 with ace king. Kyle Z on the button with ace king as well. And Pokernomics in the mix on the hijack with ace 5 off.
Thanks, Derek. Both of us are new, so if you have any constructive criticism, we're all for it. This is going to be a fun one here. Ace king versus ace king.
Cashman calling the 450 and Pokernomics in the middle. Ace 5.
Cashman with over 30,000 in his stack. Kyle with the betting lead. So let's see. Most players are going to miss this flop because they're all sharing each other's cards. Let's see if Kyle can take it down. Three-way. This can be a little precarious to see bet, but I think it is a low enough disconnected board. It is Badoogie as well, or Rainbow, I guess you'd say. So I do like a c-bet here for a small sizing. Three-way, Cashman doesn't need to defend as often. I think heads up he would. So I don't mind his fold here, and Kyle takes it down with some aggression. Kimmy, our grandmothers can play together, so it's perfect.
You need to have the grandmother live stream meetup game.
Emmy's invited too, obviously. Grandmothers and babies. Rena, I don't know where Tiny is. I feel so bad for Kimmy. We got to get her some points. We owe you, okay? We'll write you a check for 2,500 points.
What do you guys think of Nick the Knits fold? Who's that?
I think he's talking about Nick Vertucci folding ace king with the ace of clubs.
Oh, the hand the other day on the
where
Hustler
he has
stream?
he had Broadway for the nut straight and a redraw to the nut flush and folded, and people were a little surprised by that.
I don't know. I didn't get to see the hand. I just got to hear about it.
Yeah, it was definitely a very surprising and tight fold. I didn't see all the action, but yeah, I'm not sure what was going through his head. I guess you'd have to ask him. What were your thoughts on the fold? It seems like most people agree that it was a very surprising spot to fold.
If I were to bet, I would bet that Derek's thoughts is that it was a knit fold.
Knit Tucci is what they call him. JD is trying to get a job from Reese. Yeah, JD's had a rough 2023 so far. Not running super hot. See if he can turn it around with a $1 million engineering job.
That was my idea. That's how Zefish keeps it going.
Let's see here what's going on in the action. Pokernomics, ace tray of clubs. He's going to raise it up to 150.
Yeah, Derek, I didn't really watch the stream, so I don't know what the circumstances were, but no matter what, you definitely don't want to make a habit of folding hands that strong.
Zefish with the ace jack. 3-bet to 500. Pokernomics. Just 350 more to call. Does make the call. Flop 10-10-6. Zefish probably going to see bet. He does. Pokernomics.
Yeah, kind of an interesting board here. It is going to be better for his range as the pre-flop caller, but I also don't mind just folding. He doesn't really have any backdoor equity. He just has reasonable showdown with his ace high, but it's going to be difficult to play future streets. usually when you're c-betting or deciding whether or not to call c-bets and continue, you want to think about, based on the pre-flop action, you know, who does the board hit more? Who has the range advantage? Who's also going to have all the nutted hands? Who has the nut advantage? And then you can kind of, from there, extrapolate how much you should be betting, how often you should be betting. And that just takes a little bit of practice, which clearly these guys have plenty of.
Cashman, 2 jacks in the small blind. JD raised at +1 deuce straight clubs. Cashman calling the 2 1/4 with the 2 jacks.
We got the same hand.
4 deuce 5, all hearts.
So I have it on good authority that if JD loses 20,000 tonight, he is in the poker hospital. Let's send him to his poker grave. Let's get him stacked. Cashman, you can do it, buddy.
And JD here with a pair and open-ender. Pokernomics flopping a pretty big hand. Open-end straight flush draw for pair. Cashman, 2 jacks. JD going to bet 350. He's going to call, and let's see what Pokernomics decides to do.
Very interesting. Kind of difficult spot being 3-way here, but with the straight flush draw, don't think he can go anywhere yet.
Turn is a 9 of hearts.
So he doesn't make the best hand, but he can't be very comfortable in this spot.
Yeah, just with a 3 high flush.
Still has the straight flush redraw. Let's see if JD decides to turn his hand into a bluff here. Cashman's probably done with the hand. JD does continue. I think Cashman's going to get out of the way. And the real question is, Pokernomics, not very deep, doesn't have much odds to draw. I think he's probably just going to fold. Let him rabbit. Let him rabbit.
Wow, look at that. What a fish you are.
Derek likes watching people go bust. All right, you heard him, JD. You better lose that 25K.
Derek, where are you from?
Good all along.
Derek, the best way to do that is to sit at the table and bust them yourself.
That's true.
That's my favorite. I'm going to try to send Gator to the poker hospital here on Saturday. Come watch us battle it out.
He loves to try to send me to the poker hospital.
Hasn't really worked too well so far. Gator's been tearing up the tables.
Lucky run.
Agreed. We got sharks, we got donkeys, and we got gators.
Yes.
Ooh, I just got word Brian Green is coming to sit down in this game. Another very accomplished tournament player. Brian actually just won, or he final tabled a online tournament that had over 14,000 entrants, and he won almost $250,000.
Wow.
It was, I think, over $500,000 for first, and he finished 4th. So it'll be nice to see Brian put some of that newfound win on the table. Anything can happen when Brian sits down.
Carlos taking the flip down to King 8. Looks like he's got 2 pair kings and 8s. Brian, I also think, won a World Series poker bracelet as well.
I'm not sure if he won a bracelet, but he also finished 3rd or 4th in the $100,000 one drop for over $1 million. So Brian
Really?
has quite a bit of tournament experience, a lot of cashes, very capable player. I've played with him many times, both in cash and tournaments. So it's going to be fun to watch him mix it up. Sounds like he's in the room. Players are ready for some new blood.
go.
All right, I want a seat in this game now. I want to play with Brian. Fun guy. So, Gator, what did the mushroom say at the party to his friends?
I don't have an answer for that.
He said, "I'm a fun guy."
Dad jokes.
So I just was at my friend's place in Connecticut, and he has a 4.5-year-old, and she told me 2 very funny jokes. She probably has better delivery than I do. But her first one, you got to play along with me here,
Okay.
is why did the chicken cross the road?
Okay, why?
Because. See, my delivery wasn't as... All right, one more, and then we'll get back to the action. Why did the brown chicken and brown cow cross the road?
Why?
Brown chicken, brown cow.
Wow, you're full of dad jokes tonight. The chat's...
I'll be here
Filled
all
with
night,
gators.
everybody. Tips are appreciated.
I told you he missed his calling. He should have been a comedian.
Yep. Tips are not required, but I mean, with these kind of jokes, I'm just saying.
You know what else is a joke?
What's that?
The way you play poker.
Oh! Well, I can't argue with that.
Just kidding.
No, he's not. The first key is recognizing it. Second key is finding ways to get more money so I can keep blasting. Ooh, look at Cashman just sitting on that tower of chips, all happy.
Yeah, because right now Kyle is starting.
All right, we got the straddle back on. We got Brian Green with fresh blood, fresh money.
Brian coming in sitting down with 40,000.
I think there's going to be some big pots here at the end of the night.
We might get that 20K pot now.
Oh, Brian's sitting down to cover the table. And he, that money is in action. He puts it out there.
He came to play.
Looks like that joke cost us about 4 followers. Come on, guys. No comments about my awesome delivery there?
Danny, you might have to... You
I'm
might,
very disappointed.
you might have to go back to playing poker. You're having a tough time being
Who's on the mic, dude?
being a comedian. Who's on the mic? Danny Marx and Paul Tassone, a.k.a. Gator. Danny plays on a lot of the streams. I'm only on the Saturday night stream.
Love playing poker. Very grateful to get a seat whenever I get invited to any of the
too.
stream games.
I love being on the streams. A lot of fun here. A lot of fun to be here commentating. Cashman here. He's got the nut flush draw. Kyle Z and JD both with it.
I love that chuck back. Oh, man. And now he just got the board completely locked down.
And now JD with the gut shot.
And so I actually expect Cashman to just call here, keep JD's hands really wide. You basically have the entire board crushed. I see a lot of people make the mistake where they'll actually raise in this spot. It'd be better if he was holding bottom pair and needed to improve. But with the fact of him having already going to have the best hand most of the time, I don't think he needs to raise for protection here.
And now, Cashman with the best of it. JD's going to stab at the river.
And now this is not an easy spot for Cashman. He actually blocks the diamonds. You actually want JD to have the diamonds in this spot. Very, very tough spot. Let's see what he comes to a conclusion here.
How you doing, Brian?
Well, thanks for joining us, Dude Mastro. Yeah, and I don't mind that fold at all.
Cashman does give it up.
Nice play by JD. Aggression pays off. Ryan coming in with the swagger and the 40K. Guys, stay tuned. We could get some big pots here. We could get a 60K pot between Cashman and Brian easily.
Oh, yeah. Carlos here, King Jack of Diamonds. He's going to raise it up. 275. Pokernomics, ace tray of diamonds. He's putting in the 3-bet from the button. It's like 700 to me. It is. Brian.
Oh, let's see if Brian just comes out of the gate blasting. He could definitely come in here for a 4-bet. He also might just fold. Getting comfortable, getting a feel for the table.
Well,
Goes with the call.
650.
He's only got an hour left. He wants to see some flops. Not even. I bet they will play after the stream, though. So if any of you guys want to play here, some 25, 50, 50, come to the Poker House. I'm sure there'll be some seats open after the stream. All right, everybody misses here. Carlos with a couple overcards and a gutter, but Pokernomics has the betting lead.
And Pokernomics going to bet 1100 and
Takes it down.
Takes it down.
Chad, I'm not going to lie. You guys are really hurting my feelings by not commenting on my jokes. I'm just saying.
They don't want to hurt them worse.
Yeah, I might walk out of here.
I would be surprised if it stands.
Yeah, and Brian won that from out of the country, so he got a nice little vacation in as well.
Nice. All right. Kitty with the real hand, 2 queens.
The queen with the queens.
Raising it to 150. Kyle, pocket 5s. Calling the extra 100. Uh-oh. Oh, my gosh. Queen 4, 5.
Oh, my gosh,
and
Kyle.
it is set over set.
Kyle's losing his stack. Oh, my gosh. He is running so bad tonight. The best feeling in poker is flopping a set on a board like this, and then when you still lose, you just think the poker gods are against you. Oh, and especially with that card, that's going to connect with a lot of Kitty's pre-flop range. Kyle's going to be golden here with a check raise. And Kitty's going to have to try to not drool too much when she gets check raised.
And Kitty
Thanks, Laurelette. Thank you. I appreciate that.
just has Kyle in a really bad spot. And Kyle, again, with the check call.
Surprised he doesn't want to take the betting lead out of position here. I think Kitty is going to have a lot of strong hands that he can go for the check raise on the river here. But you don't want the board to get any more dynamic.
Hey, Derek just subscribed. Thanks, Derek. Derek WTGM.
If Kyle does not get stacked here, I will be so impressed.
Kitty, how much does she want to bet? I'm thinking.
I think she should go for a large size here. She unblocks the ace X type hands.
Thinking about 1,500.
Yeah, I would go pot or even bigger. Goes for 3/4 pot. So let's see what Kyle decides to do here if he goes for the jam.
1,350, Kyle.
Kind of an awkward sizing. I guess you can raise non-all in. Curious to see his procedures here. Trying to figure it out, counting a stack again. And what a sick spot. Set over set here towards the end of our night. And yeah, I think all in would have been a little large. So I do like this sizing more, get more calls. And now the only question is, Kitty, how long are you going to take to go all in here? The only hand that beats her is King Jack, which I guess is possible.
Deuce tray as well.
But yeah, but they're not gonna have deuce tray based on this action. She does just call. I guess King Jack is pretty reasonable, but I would have liked to see her go all in.
Yeah, me as well.
Running into a couple monsters recently. It's kind of hard to pull the trigger. And yeah, you got to feel for Kyle right now. Lucky not to lose his whole stack, but really, really rough night. A lot of coolers for him.
Yeah, that was a pretty tough hand for him. Lucky he didn't lose more there.
All right, let's pull up here the V-pips towards the end of the night, see who's blasting away. Remember, Brian just sat down, so that's not going to be too meaningful for him.
Right.
But everybody else getting in the mix a little bit, some 20% pluses, pretty standard for these players. Oops.
Pokernomics in the hijack. Ace Jack off. Make it 225. Brian, Queen 5 of clubs. Calling the 2 1/4.
He 3-bet?
Oh, he did.
Maybe he just... Oh, no, he did 3-bet.
Yeah, there's a 500 out there as well. So
yeah, Brian's running out of time. He's going to 3-bet a little lighter on the button here, trying to get in the mix.
King 9-9.
Everyone misses. Pokernomics with a backdoor nut flush draw. But on this board, not as valuable. I wouldn't be surprised if Brian just takes it down here.
So bet 1,000. Carlos, Ace Queen of Hearts.
And again, it's another multi-way spot. The players have to share the defense frequency, so each of them can fold a little bit more than if they were just heads up.
Pokernomics.
Yeah, he's a little short there, so you know he doesn't really have much odds. Probably calling down, so I like a fold.
We're gonna play this week. Play this week.
I'm leaving soon. I just have to take my.
Yeah, we got.
Kitty's about to go to dinner with me, or I mean, I'm about to take her spot.
Brian, did you win that tournament here in the U.S. or were you in Mexico?
You said whatever you want to do.
I think you play before.
Okay, go ahead. She's right.
Thanks for joining us here, Kitty.
Thanks for
Always
joining,
a pleasure.
Kitty.
Anyone who's coming into Dallas from out of town and wants to play on the streams, talk to Eddie, the Asian sensation here at the Poker House Dallas, and he will make sure you get a seat. If you want to battle it out with the pros, if you want to play a little 1-3, they've got all stakes, all size games. Aw.
Her ring kind of looks like my cat.
Brian is sad that Kitty is leaving, as we all are. She brings a little class and beauty to the table.
I'll play tomorrow. You want to play tomorrow? If I can wake up lunch.
Brian's trying to get a date out of Kitty. I think she's been here before.
Tomorrow I have a live stream.
Thanks, Brian.
Good try, Brian.
All right.
Appreciate the effort.
Zefish, King 9 calling the 50. Cashman checking the blind, 8-6. 4 to each jack, 2 spades. Missing Zefish and Cashman. And a king. for Zefish. Picking up the best hand. Cashman drawing dead.
Brian. Easy, boy. Easy. Down, boy. She's taken, buddy. Very impressed with Carlos tonight. Lot of patience, lot of aggression, 2 really nice check raises to maximize value with his hands. It's a pleasure to see someone like Carlos doing well.
Carlos playing above the rim tonight.
Absolutely.
All right, looks like the 100 is on.
Oh yeah, we got some really deep stacks now. We could see some big pots here.
JD with the 2 6s. Raise the 250. Carlos. Pocket queens. He calls the 250.
Ooh, that's a valuable purse now.
Yeah, in Vegas, Wallace. Yeah, please. His shoes super good. I'm back training poker.
I'm down to learn.
Good game, Kitty. Have a good night.
Kitty, have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow on the stream.
Absolutely. Kitty's going to be here all week. Tune in tomorrow night, Poker House Live. We'll be playing 5, 10, 25. I'll get a chance to battle with Kitty. Very fun person to play against.
Carlos here. Bet 650 to 2 queens. Paolo, top, ace 10.
I agree, Doug. Let him cook.
And wow, Paolo getting a miracle turn.
Oh, Carlos, finally some run
Bad
bad.
news for Carlos. Carlos betting 1,200.
Ooh, Paolo's in a dream spot now. He is out of position. I don't mind taking the betting lead away now. There are a reasonable amount of draws. The issue is, though, if you do raise, Carlos is folding most of his hands, although this one specifically, yeah, I like a call here. Keep it a little wider. I just think Carlos is going to fold almost all of his value hands against a raise.
Rivers and ace makes Paolo.
Not the best
Wow.
card for him. Carlos is probably going to shut it down now, even though it improves Paolo's hand. A little harder to get paid.
And somebody else just sat down.
You guys want to play the stand-up game one more time?
All right, and George sits down, aka Shorshi, another professional from Germany. Very strong player, very creative, very loose. Fun person to play with as well.
I didn't want to cater to a nit like these streamers. Right after that hand too. It was too late. 9:30. I saw her like looking at the chips. I fucked that hit up. She doesn't even open ace queen under the button. So there's no value hands that she's gonna call me with. I can literally just fold the fucking river and the river.
We were just like, everybody's in the hand. The last person who hasn't won a hand.
Getting a little insight into why Kyle did not check raise the turn there against Kitty set over set.
We're on this hand? Next hand?
Perhaps a little frustration showing. Can't really blame him. Poker can be a brutal game when everything's going wrong for you.
Carlos at jack 10 of clubs, going to raise it to 150 on the hijack. Shorsey. Call 150. 2 7s.
so that I'm a hard pass. I said that's so true that that's how I'm such a hard pass. Actually,
All right. See here, king, tray 6, rainbow. Short with the best of it, 2 7s.
Paolo with some backdoor opportunities.
6 of diamonds.
Looks like we're missing the turn card again. The 6 was on the river. All right, just a little bit of time left here. Thanks for joining us on a Thursday night for some 25.50 with a $50 big blind ante. Almost 100 viewers in the chat. Remember to hit that thumbs up button, smash that like, decapitate that like button. Join us all week. We're going to be having another high stakes game tomorrow, 5, 10, 25, and then followed by a 5, 5, 10, which turns into a 5, 5, 10, 25 on Saturday.
Every time.
Every single time.
Every time.
Both are very fun, very deep games. A lot of action players, a lot of good players.
JD with the 2 3s, raising to 150. And Shorsey. Ace 4 of hearts. Calls 150. Zefish in there, 10-8 of clubs. And Cashman, Queen 8 of hearts. Looks like he folded.
We're going to have one of my favorites in the booth tomorrow along with you, Gator. Hayden's going to be back. Very good player.
Yeah.
Good at explaining his thought process. Love having him in the booth.
I actually did commentary with him a week ago.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, he's a very nice guy.
Yeah, that's Kim's husband.
Mm-hmm.
Or better half, if you will. I mean, worse half. Yeah. Hey, Kim, are you still in there? Actually, both of them are both good commentators and good players.
And it looks like JD flopped a set of 3s here.
Ooh, JD with a lot of big hands tonight.
And
not the best turn card.
Zefish picking up a pretty decent turn. The 7 makes him a straight. Club makes him a flush. Pokernomics in there with 5 deuce. Shorsey turns the open ender.
A lot of equity here for Shorsey and Zefish.
I
wonder if JD's going to go for a check raise here. Kind of an interesting spot though, with this specific board texture, on what you're trying to accomplish here with the check raise. There are a lot of made hands that are better than yours, but at the same time there is a reasonable amount of hands you want to protect against as well.
And how about this action? 1100. And what
yeah,
is he gonna do?
I like a call here. Kind of see how the board develops. You have position. There are a lot of river cards that you can improve and still get money in on. Plus, like in this specific situation, Zefish is going to feel like he has to bluff. He also has an 8, which blocks the nut, 7-8. So he's probably going to use that as a blocker. Probably going to go for a pretty large sizing as well. And so JD's going to make a little bit more money through this line. Yeah, that's a snap call probably from JD.
Pretty big bet here.
Maybe considering a raise.
There is a one-liner to the straight.
Oh, yeah. I guess that's true. I think he's just going to call. No way!
JD folds.
Wow. Big fold by JD. I thought JD never folded. Unbluffable, he says. I don't believe him. Yeah, I didn't notice the one-liner, to be fair, but... And it was, 4 people saw the flop, so there's a lot of straights in those ranges.
Can also have
7,
the
8.
Club draw with the one-liner as well.
And he did block the nuts with the 8 there, so... Brian feeling good. He's got newfound money. Just hopped out of the shower. Just met his future wife and Kitty.
Looks like the 100 is on this hand. Pokernomics with the deuces. JD, West Virginia, big slick. I always like when somebody plays that hand.
So why is it called the West Virginian Big Slick? Is that just a hand everybody plays in West Virginia?
Well, there's a gentleman named Jim. Jim Boyd has been playing professionally for a really long time. And he was playing back in the 80s or 90s. And a guy 3-bet him with aces. And Jim called with 9-7. The flop came 7-7 ace. And they got it all in, and he rivered a 7.
And the legend was born.
Yep, and ever since then, it's been the West Virginia Big Slick. Shout out Jim Boyd from West Virginia. Been playing professionally for, I think about
great story.
40 years.
Great story. Love to hear stuff like that.
We're from the same town, actually.
Just about 5-10 minutes left here in our Thursday night stream. Plenty of time for a big pot.
Oh, yeah. You can definitely see that over 20K pot. All right. Back into the action, we got Zefish, Paolo. Everybody's folding around the Pokernomics on the button. King 4 hearts. Go ahead and raise it up. I think 3 1/4. JD laying it down. Brian, Jack 6. Queen Deuce for Kyle is going to be a walk. Yep. Pokernomics taking down a small pot. Zefish, ace king of diamonds. Raise 150. Cashman, 9-6 of clubs. Pokernomics, the 10-9 off. JD, button with the old ace queen, gonna raise to 700. 3-betting Zefish. Doesn't know that Zefish has ace king of diamonds here. Massive hand. And Zefish. 4-betting 2,300. JD 1,600 to call. Lays it down.
Yeah, that's exactly what he said. I said, bro, Nick, what are you doing out here? Like, do you really want me to fucking crack your head open? He's like, I'm off the clock, and he takes his watch off his pocket.
Oh, man. I'm liking the story here.
Real interesting story going on.
Yeah, poker can bring out the worst in people. Always nice to keep a level head.
Looks like the 100 is on this one. Zefish, the king, queen of spades.
Probably going to come in for a raise here.
Raise to 250. JD, king, 9 of clubs, calling the 250. Carlos, 7-5 of diamonds.
When I said that, he goes, well, you're banned. You're not welcome back. And I was like, bro, you can ban me from here, but you can't ban me from the world. And you have to live in the world.
Yeah, baby.
Did we talk about an offspring? Maybe this will pick it up there.
King, tray 7. And Zefish with top pair, queen of spades. JD with top pair as well. Backdoor flush draw for JD and Zefish. Carlos with second pair and backdoor diamonds.
Yeah, a little bit for everybody here. Zefish is the pre-flop aggressor. Very good board for his range.
Turn, 4 hearts. Picks up a gut shot for Carlos. 6 comes off. Zefish with the best of it. Bet 1,500.
Yeah, I like another big bet here by Zefish. He's going to be ahead of most of his opponents' king X hands. Also, other pairs in between 7s and kings. And JD can't really go anywhere with the king 9. Carlos is in a difficult spot here. He is out of position, so it's going to be hard to make it worth his while calling this bet, even if he gets there. Hard to get any more value on the river. I like his fold. Oh, and he does. He would have gotten there.
Would have gotten there.
Yeah, but you know, I could see if he does call, it probably would have gone check, check, check. I guess he could have led. And I like this check here by Zefish. Board is getting a little too dynamic. I gotta find out who they were talking about now.
Do we even need to do this anymore?
Yeah, we're on.
Come on, this is like, it's getting pointless. Little by little, we're gonna, oh wow, 3K flip, we're all in.
Cashman with all smiles. I could see why. When we look at the win totals here, let's see if we can figure out why Cashman's smiling. Oh, he's up 18,000.
Is that all?
Nice job, Cashman. Zefish turning it around. He was down early.
Kitty left the game up 69.50. JD up almost 6K. Paolo 4,400.
All right, 100 call, guys. 89. 1 4. Raise 350.
Suited king is the new suited ace. Now that's a good hand to open late position.
Oh, you already had one.
You just have like 5.
Yeah, he would have them all, right? Almost.
But thanks for commentating with me today. It was a lot of fun. Very difficult. Definitely have a newfound respect for commentators. Hard to fill in all that void.
Yeah,
but easy with these guys. Nice play-by-play tonight.
Pleasure being here today with you, Danny. It's not an easy job doing the commentating. Big respect to all those guys out there.
Absolutely. Eddie, the Asian sensation, is on the action tracker tonight.
He is always fun to commentate with as well. Looks like the Leopard Headed has subscribed. Thank you for subscribing today. And back into the action. We're on hand 95. And Brian raising it with the ace jack. 350 to go.
long as you can stand? How long is the longest you can stand?
Yeah, the standing doesn't help. It makes it a long time. Standing doesn't and a long board.
Oh, shit. Oh, yeah. Those are good, right? Shit. Did you ever try treadmill dance? That must be crazy.
No. I knew one guy in college. Another one? He was.
Yeah, you sure it's alright? Because I haven't had
I think we're actually working on it.
It's cool. I'll just have somebody else. Somebody ordered this.
I got those.
One of the top online poker players from back in the day. He used to have a treadmill desk that he would walk while he was playing on. Absolute beast. I don't know if you remember Sauce, but he was one of the end bosses for both Six Max and Heads Up, both PLO and Hold'em.
No, I don't remember him.
Yeah. Ben, I don't know, is it Ben Salsky or something like that? But very smart player. I used to watch his training videos.
Pokernomics raising it to 300 with the ace-8 of diamonds. Paolo, blackjack hand.
I swear we've seen so many ace-x suited hands tonight.
A lot of those.
Ryan coming in late with a quick 2K win. A little newfound confidence after his tournament win. Thanks again, everybody, for joining us tonight at Poker House in Dallas. Forgot where we were real quick. Remember to hit that like button before you head out tonight. We'll be back here tomorrow as well, 5/10/25. If you want to watch me punt off a few stacks, I will try to do my best.
Would you mind saving the punting for Saturday?
I'm sure I'll do both. I
appreciate it.
got plenty of bullets to go around.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah, I had probably my biggest punt ever on a Saturday a few weeks ago, so that was nice. You know,
Yikes.
Got to set some new records for myself.
Yeah, it's good to set that record.
Yeah.
Kyle's in here with 2 jacks, raising it 250. Carlos, king, queen of diamonds, calling. Shorsey with the queen 10, and Paolo with the pocket deuces.
Let's see if Kyle can make something happen here at the end of the night. I'm rooting for Kyle this hand.
I'm rooting for action.
Yeah, that too. Oop, diamonds.
2 diamonds.
Carlos with the nut flush draw.
Okay. Carlos flopping the nut flush draw and checks the Carlos to see if he takes a stab at it. He does check it back.
Let's put an offsuit jack up there, and then we'll get a nice little pot.
Offsuit jack coming.
Oh, no.
There it is.
Man, I wish I could do that when I was playing.
What a money card. Now Kyle with the 3 jacks. And
I like a big bet here.
Carlos. Nut flush draw and a gutter.
There are going to be a lot of ace-x hands that check through that flop, so you definitely want to charge. Does go for about a quarter size bet. I guess when you're multi-way or third size, when you're multi-way, generally you do want to be betting smaller, so I can understand that. But after missing the flop street of value, I wouldn't mind a bigger bet as well. Wants to keep his opponents in there. And 4 of diamonds would be nice for Kyle here. Sorry, Carlos. Oh, I thought I could do it twice.
6 of hearts.
All right, and that's probably going to kill the action. A little bit of an overkill here for Kyle, but still a nice pot to end the night. Carlos getting away unscathed here with the nut flush draw. I love the sizing here by Kyle, trying to get called by ace-x. To potentially get raised by 6x. And nice little break for him for can't lose every time you hit a set.
No, you can't. This shot over 100 is on. Carlos in there. West Virginia big slick again tonight. That hand just came out. Economics, king, queen. And call 100. Flop, king 9, 3, 2 hearts. And Carlos with a 9, JD with a 3. Pokernomics top pair. Got the best of it. Bet of 200.
Everyone with a little piece here.
Call, call.
It's definitely going to slow things down here. Nobody with any hearts.
Wouldn't be surprised this goes check around.
See if Carlos wants to get a little spicy here.
And he does.
Yeah. Let's see if he can get one bullet off of Pokernomics or if he's going to need to fire twice. The issue for Pokernomics is he is stuck in between the two players. So having JD, who was the flop better, still left to act is a little rough, but at the same time, he definitely has a little bit too much hand, the way he's played it, to fold just to one bet. So let's see if Carlos can muster up an additional barrel here on the river.
And then the river.
Looks like
We'll go check,
he
check.
does give up.
Yeah. Hayden Fortini in the chat. What's up, Hayden? I'll be seeing you tomorrow.
What's up, Hayden? Pleasure to have you. Apparently, Hayden's taking out his aggression at the karate class right now. That's a great way to get off some tilt. I used to do some Muay Thai kickboxing and some jiu-jitsu.
Oh, nice.
Such a great workout. Need to get like a punching bag, so next time you beat me in a hand, instead of punching you, I can just punch the bag.
We could just go to the jiu-jitsu mat.
Yeah, could do that too. Probably a little too out of shape these days. Gotta get back in shape first.
I feel that.
Well, you got a new kid at home, so you can lose weight chasing them around the house when they're ready to crawl. And
Since I've had him, I've gained weight.
yeah.
Thank you, Eric. I appreciate it. That's nice, Hayden. I want to get back into jiu-jitsu myself, something I used to do as well.
Yeah, Hayden, definitely hobbies like that are, I think, really important if you're going to be a poker player.
I agree.
People could drive themselves crazy if their entire focus is poker, especially when things aren't going well. So to have something that distracts your mind is really important. So I think that's a great idea, and I'm glad you're enjoying your karate class.
Brilski, I don't disagree with you. Hayden, yes, let's go in the booth tomorrow. And picking back up on the action here.
Yep, join us tomorrow again for 5, 10, 25. Probably going to get the $50 out there as well. Yeah, games in Texas always play bigger than advertised, so you never know what kind of game is going to pop off.
Now that's true.
Sometimes we change it and we don't.
They get faster and faster. I believe that they do. I'm going to have to go with Hayden to the karate class and burn some of these calories.
Thanks, Brilski. I am sexy at any size, so I know you're talking to me.
How do you know Brilski wasn't talking to me?
Pretty sure he's talking about both of us.
That might be a good assumption.
Yeah. If he could see what we could see right now, he would know.
Hayden, you're not wrong. Everything is bigger in Texas, but ever since I've been here, the only thing getting bigger is my stomach because I keep eating a lot of food down here.
I got to find out the conclusion to this story, who they're talking about.
Right, I want to know.
Apparently, Brian got in a fight with somebody the other night.
Brian making it 300 with the 5-3 of clubs.
Ooh, he's going to get in a fight at somebody at the table with opening the 5-3.
He's getting spicy with that hand.
All right, now that we're getting towards the end of the night, let's take a look at some statistics here.
Stack sizes.
Woo.
Brian, 42,000.
We'll show you guys after the hand here.
Hayden, you're not wrong. You got to quit feeding me those Texas Roadhouse rolls. Cashman, 27K.
It's not in the room. Oh, it's not in the room? Thank you, Ken.
All right, V-pips.
You gotta wait. Otherwise, it's triple.
Cashman with the lowest VPIP, but the most money won. All it takes is aces and a straight flush, and you're good.
Is that how you win at poker?
Clearly.
Wow.
Won the 2 biggest pots tonight.
That's all it takes.
Let's see if he can get one more set on his way out.
Raise 150 with the 2 5s. And Brian with the 2 9s.
We want to see
Kyle Z with the 6 9.
I think Brian can go with a 3-bet or a call here. Nines plays pretty decently.
Ace King 6. Turn 4 clubs. And Brian's going to check. And Cashman checking back. Ace on the river. And Brian betting 250 on the river, hoping to get called by worse, and he does. Brilsky, I'm going to need you to come in here and commentate.
But dealers like, why is my boss being an asshole? We're getting paid.
Nobody said that.
Yes.
No direct quote.
Say not a direct quote. What's the name there?
7, 8, 9 code. 1 code.
I like it. She comes.
All right, back to the mix here. It looks like Brian on the button. Raise it 300. How's he going to fold? Carlos, pocket 8s. Brilsky, hope to see you here. Shorsey calling 200 with the ace 3 hearts. And a snowman in the door for Carlos. It's snowing in Texas on this hand. And Carlos checks. Shorsey just going to bet 400 here. And let's see what Carlos does. And it looks like a raise to me, 1,200.
are you serious? That's so. I forgot it was literally. I forgot it was in the bathroom. You guys said it. I was in the bathroom that day. My butt. I don't think so. I got up. I don't think so. It was a long time already. If it started on my butt, you want how much money do you want to bet that I had a bathroom break before my butt? No, I believe that, but I think you were here. That was way before. You've been playing.
Brian sat down. Well, Brian sat down. We talked about it. It was like 2 or 3 hands later. Zefish ran a big bluff with 10-8. Remember? That was the first hand.
Kyle took off his shirt.
Who said it was a bluff?
Alright, we got about 5 hands left.
That was volume, man.
All right, you heard it. 5 more hands.
More than welcome to stay and play out.
5 hands left on the stream, but I'm sure they're going to play after the stream as
Yep,
well.
I got word that they are playing after. So if you guys want a piece of Brian and Cashman, come join us.
Paolo,
Only need 5,000 to sit down in this game.
Paolo, 250.
Let's see if we can get another straight flush.
6-6.
Straight flush over straight flush.
Brian, he's going to be in the mix of 3-bet. 1,050 with the 7-8 of clubs.
You scared me for a second. When you look back, I'm like, oh shit, he's about to go.
Very nice hand to mix into your 3-bet squeeze range.
First time ever. I give you credit. Instantly punished. Instantly.
Queen 10-8, 2 spades. Brian with the best of it.
For me to get on stock, it's going to take a long time. Very long.
Turn, Queen of Diamonds. Paolo going to bet 1,400 here. And River, 9 hearts. Brian with the best hand still.
I try to be a better player, so I watch you people. Not you, Cashman. They had a 4 down.
Bet.
Paolo turning a 6s into a bluff here. See if Brian can make the hero call. This would be a very impressive call. Spades and diamonds did miss, and Brian unblocks both of them. But at the same time, there's a one-liner to a straight, and he's just got bottom pair. Definitely thinking it over, though. I've seen Brian make tougher calls than this. This would be very impressive.
Brian does lay it down.
Does give it up.
I'm only showing because I have to. What is it? That's the last one.
You can see, though, he was definitely suspicious. Very nice sizing by Paolo.
Here we go.
Yeah, Hayden, I agree.
Wow.
Just wait a minute.
Wow. Not a process. Now you got 6-9.
I did have that beat rarely, but I did have that beat. Come on, get your head in the game. What's up? I had 7-8. You didn't have the button yet. I mean, come on. What is this? Amateur hour. Holy shit.
I wonder if Paolo knows that he folded aces when he went to the bathroom yet.
Yeah, the last line of defense. Put so much hope in it. Yeah, you know what?
All right, just a couple more hands here. Thanks for sticking with us to the end, everybody. Make sure you smash that like button. Again, 25, 50, 50 in Dallas, Texas.
Looks like Kyle Z raised at 250 in the cutoff, 10-9 off. Shorty called these 10. Cashman, ace 4 offsuit. Looks like he's in the straddle and does 3 bets at 1275. Wow. And Shorty just shoves.
Wow. Cashman's got to wonder what kind of hands he's doing this with. I don't know if they're playing the stand-up game. I think they are, which could factor into it. He might think he's over-bluffing. But even so, with a 4 in your hand, you just can't call here. Yeah, I think there were some stand-up game dynamics there.
Very interesting.
Oh, that was the last one, so that makes sense.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Make it rain.
Yeah, he thought he was trying to bully him off of the stand-up game, but again, with a 4 in your hand, just not going to perform very well.
Yeah. We were doing it like once an hour when we started. Did a flipper. Oh, it's the end.
No, we still got 4 more.
Thanks, Tony. I always appreciate that. Thanks for joining us here tonight. All right, little smack talk at the end of the night.
Always good for the game.
Oh yeah.
That's making headlines.
Got a raise 300.
And then Chorcy on the button. Raise it 300 with 7s. Zefish, ace 10 of clubs. Gonna make the call.
You can go either way with a hand like this, 3-bet or call. It does, the suited variety does play pretty well post-flop, so I don't mind a call. Again, Shorty's wide button open.
Zefish, I'm sure, is going to peel one off.
Yep.
He does.
Can't fold just yet. You've got a gut shot to the nuts, which
How about
makes,
that?
and the backdoor nut flush draw. And both of them come in. Same time, I don't think Shorty's going to be putting any more money into the pot. That does hit a lot of Zefish's range. Probably going to go bet and fold.
Looks like JD here, king, queen off. Gonna raise it to 150. Zefish in there in the mix. Jack 10 of hearts.
Take this piss right quick.
All right. We got that one on camera.
And Zefish flopping the best of it with Jack 10 of hearts.
I think Carlos thought this was the bathroom.
Turn 3 of clubs. Zefish with the best of it still. JD's checking.
JD is a chicken, I agree.
And Zefish, go ahead and bet again. And take it down. 900 and take it.
Yeah, Jennifer here. The other is a little shorter training her because. Yeah. This is the last one? This is the last name. No. One more after that. Yeah, so Paolo will be the last.
2 more hands left tonight. Thanks for sticking with us to the end.
Yeah, appreciate it.
A lot of action tonight, a lot of big pots. Cashman is still the big winner. Lost a little bit back there at the end, but overall, very strong night. Think Shorsh is going to come in for a 3-bet here with the 7-6 suited.
Yep, looks like 1,300. JD with a hand, ace queen.
The other nice thing about 3-betting a hand like this versus 9-10 suited is it doesn't interact as well with your opponent's strong hands that are going to continue. And the nice thing about that is that you're less likely going to be coolered. For example, if the flop comes 8, 9, 10, your opponent won't have as much jack queen. But when you have like a 9-10 and it comes, or I'm sorry, like an 8-9 and it comes 10 jack queen, your opponent is going to have a lot more hands like ace king. So you're more likely to get straight over straighted in other cooler scenarios like that. So you want your 3-bet bluffs for suited connectors to be a little bit lower on the spectrum, and so that doesn't happen as much. And for board coverage as well. George of the Jungle with the raise with 5s.
300. Pokernomics, queen 6. JD jack 3. Brian ace 5 off. He's going to call the 200. 6, 6, 10. 2 diamonds.
Hayden, that one costs you a little extra. You could write me a check for $500. It's about what that's worth. Tony, that's free for you, buddy. Gotta charge Hayden, though. Hayden always owns me at the poker table, so. All right, so we are done for the night. Just one last $250 flip here. It looks like 2 1/4.
Is that what it is?
Carlos would prefer rock, paper, scissors. I agree. Thanks again for joining us, everybody. Final stats for the night.
Chip counts. And now let's go to the win-loss. Cashman 14,900. Zefish up 13.9. Kitty left with 69.50. Paolo up 64 and a quarter. JD was up 53 and change. It'll pop back up here soon.
So you can close the night out with a little flip win.
And it looks like Shorsey with the straight 7 tray.
George of the Jungle comes in late and wins the flip. All right, everybody, remember to join us tomorrow night, same time for 5/10/25. It was a pleasure chatting with you all tonight, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening.
And I appreciate you coming out today and watching. I'll be on commentating tomorrow at Hayden Fortini. And looks like you put me on.
No, I didn't.
Oh, you took that down.
That's the table.
And the put up the wins for the end of the night. Cashman 14,675. Zefish up 13,675. Kitty 69.50. Paolo 164 and a quarter. JD 51.50. Shorsey coming in late, winning 18 and a quarter. Carlos up 975. Brian only down 500. Pokernomics down 14, 575. And Kyle Z down 16 and 100. Thanks for tuning in today. Again, I am Paul Tassone, a.k.a. Gator, and I got Danny Marx in the booth with me today. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for tuning in. Please like and subscribe.
Thanks, everybody.